And welcome here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We have a very exciting match in store for today. We have the DC HUB touring team out of the US. The under-17 team will be taking on a very strong Southeast Zonal under-17 team. And we're here live at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and looking forward to a very, very good day's split ahead of us. Right now, they'll just be taking the toss and doing some final preparations on the pitch and be starting very shortly. As you can see here, the weather is in extremely good condition, bright hot sunshine all around. A bit of a cloud cover just coming out from the south, but like yesterday it held up and hopefully we should not have any interruptions for rain. So the Brian Lara Cricket Academy looking in impeccable condition and looking forward to the viewers. Stay tuned and share the link so we'll have people logging in and can see this very, very good, exciting match ahead of us. And there we see the formalities taking place right now with the DC Hub greeting the Southeast Zonal team. The Southeast Zonal team being the host here. They are just going through the formalities of meeting the players. And we're going to with shortly as to write special rooms of and see the form manager, Mr. Woods, his answer will be going through the player life here against a very strong Southeast Zonal team. So very shortly we'll be getting the player listing and some details into the game ahead. So we're just about to start the game here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The word is that Southeast Zonal under 70 team won the toss and chose to bowl first. And there we see in the frame the very fast and youthful Sion Charles will be taking up the attack from the northern end. And he's getting ready, just warming up a bit. Getting the players involved in this competition. And the umpire is just waiting for a signal there. So we'd like to welcome to the commentary booth Mr. Billy Paul Furlong. Have a very busy morning ahead. First ball from Sion Charles. And a very good ball. The batter, Rao. Very good push onto the mid-on. Just taking a close look. The pitch has a bit of grass there, which would help the fast bowlers. It's been no rain here at the Brian Lara Academy for days, but the pitch looks in excellent condition. And Sion Charles, a person that can extract some bounce and pace and movement as well off the pitch with the new ball. And he comes in back from the northern end. And a very good full ball up to Rao and just pushes it to Jordan Julian. They had short cover and the ball being tossed around by all the players, having a bit of fun in the field. And I believe Rao has been in very good nick on this tour, doing extremely well at the other matches. I'm sure he's been confident. Just checking the breeze, a bit of grass. Sion Charles again from the northern end. Very nice ball there, just leaving the angle across the left-hander pitch and move away from the left-hander. And a good take by that. And Sion Charles now generating a bit more pace now as he warms up in this first over. Looks very composed as he walks back to his mark. A very good contest here. A very tough Southeast zonal team playing against this DC Hub in the store. Shallow, a bit loose, and keeper wasn't get that swing very. And Brenda and shot on and shoot enough to be a very tight field. Again from the northern. See and the catch. And doing
Trinidad Tobago across the Caribbean, and of course all of those viewers looking at us back in the US, some viewers of course in Canada as well. It's been an overcast morning here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and the pitch looks in immaculate condition. Mr. Shivanan Ramutar, in charge of the facility at Brian Lara Cricket Academy, breed the players as well. More motion was that this pitch, one of the pitches used in Pantheon team back down here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This venue has now been approved as an ICC venue. It's time series Brian Lara Academy should be on Fiscal Ford and past the street was down the leg. That movement on offer well, starting from years and then of the Stevens College.
And we've been a lot of swing, a lot of movement yesterday in the DC Hub, the 13th game. Sion Charles in. To move side there. Sets the wicket. And
the runs down the field Canada see a fame and he's rich and warm. I do believe as well against his party game is 17 and he's been to switch to everybody and Captain Brew, the Preservation College San Fernando helped them to win this year's Premier League in the Secondary Schools Cricket League. I'd say good morning to Mr. Nigel Maraj, President of the Secondary Schools Cricket League, who I'm sure is viewing a contest here. And these two teams doing battle, a champion team last year at the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board zonal competition at the under-17 level, led by Brendan Boodoo. And of course, Boodoo this year, captain of the under-19 Southeast Zone team, victorious in the zonal competition as well. It's going to be just in the race to pick it up from the southern end. Off the outer edge, two slips in place and a third man, Charles, getting that outside edge. First delivery from Justin Nares, of course, out of the Naparima College. Plays for the Sancho St. Julian Club. Right arm fast medium bowler. Presentation College Shogunas second the secondary school cricket league. Naparima College third. Naparima College third. Couple boys in the southeast team out of the Naparima College. Comes over the wicket now, right arm. Excellent piece, good bounce through to the wicket keeper. Alves Kalipasad has the gloves on today. The Southeast team, along with the South team, champions at the different youth levels in recently concluded zonal competitions here. Nice line outside the off stump. This time he leaves alone. Moria. He's in good form. The two batters out there have been in excellent form on tour. 250s to Yash Moria. Of course, the man at the opposite end. 350s to him. Run out on 99. Unfortunately, against the Future Cricket Stars Academy. Coming back for a second run. And just hesitated as he turned to come back for the second run. It was a clean pickup on the boundary edge by a young Bajwa. And a rifle to return in to run him out. Again outside the off stump. Through to the wicketkeeper. Two slips lie in wait. And he saw the clean pickup. It's a dry outfield at the St. Mary's College ground. However, what would have been a comfortable two just hesitated when he saw the clean pickup from Bajwa and fell short of his ground. A bullet returned to the base of the stumps and the wicketkeeper doing excellent work, whipping the bails off. This time he's on the pads, worked into the onside. It's going to be one, and they will get two comfortably. Take the total on to 5 for 1. Early setback here for the DC HUB team. Whipping that one into the onside. Showed good control there. Kept it on the ground as well. Two slips a backward point. Cover, extra cover, mid-off. Again, he's working it into the onside. Turning the wrist on this occasion. Gets it finer. And 3 players converge on it as Charles runs around from long leg to do the fielding. The first slip and second slip giving chase. And it's a wonderful sight to see when the first slip and the second slip look to be very active and not just sit in the slip position, in the slip court and chasing away after it. Even though they were in the slip. And outran Siraj chasing that down. Full toss. And that is going to be 4 runs. Second boundary, first boundary of the morning, in fact. And a full toss, put it quite nicely through the covers. There, 2 slips in place, so a bit of a gap between cover point and cover. And just placing it. And the ball racing across this lush green outfield here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's a treat just to walk on the surface out there, and not just the touring team, but the staff as well from the DC HUB. Enjoying the facility as well. In fact, enjoying all the facilities here in Trinidad that they have to offer. And this will be one of the best outfields in the country. If not the best currently. The only thing better than this might be the St. Andrews Golf Course and the fairways and greens. Well manicured greens there. Recently concluded, of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Golf Open. And that as well was brought to you by Novel Sports. So we continue to bring you coverage of this DC tour here in Trinidad. Hopefully next year we'll be able to say in Trinidad and Tobago. As I try to encourage Mr. Kancham Tutu to book a game in Tobago. Say good morning to Mr. Kevin John from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board across there in Tobago. Charles to continue. Oh, that's a peach of a delivery. And the follow through as well. He just dips that right shoulder. Just to emphasize the movement as it pitched on middle. Swung and beat the outside edge and the off stump. Good bounce as well, true to the wicketkeeper, Kali Prasad. 2 keepers in this lineup, of course, Shiva Hari Prasad from St. Benedict's also wicket keeper for his college. 2 slips in place again. Full toss this time. Gets away with it. They're going to get a single. Didn't quite time it. Hit it into the turf. Apologies to the Ramnarees family. Justin Ramnarees. Of course, the elder son as well also played for Naparima, did he? Might just be giving him another sibling. Down the leg side. Gets a bit of glove onto it, and the fine leg is there to clean up. And just the one should be wide. Yes, signaled by the umpire, Rafi Mohammed, who is out there with Mr. Garvin Lutchman at square leg. This one down the leg side, half shot. Did he get something on that? No signal from the umpire. Might have just clipped it before it went through and impacting the ground before it went through to the umpire. Or perhaps just brushing the pad. Take a look at it on the replay. Brushing the pad. The umpire just touching his boot as well, indicating to the players. Excellent work from the umpire. Oh, this is a ball gone wrong, and it's going to be called a no ball. And I think he was trying a slower ball. It's hit away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And he's all smiles, Charles. And just gripping that one too much deep in the fingers, into the palms, trying to bowl a slower ball perhaps. A bit of experimentation from the young lad and bouncing a few times. Of course, on the second bounce before the batting crease, it's going to be signaled a no ball. It should be a free hit as well. 11 for 1, yes. Free hit signaled by the umpire. Umpire Rafi Mohammed. Free hit, no run. Better line delivery. Back to the basic. Using the conditions, getting the ball to swing across. Just want to hold that line. Hold a peach of a delivery earlier on, pitching middle and angling across and swinging across. Just a couple deliveries down the leg side. Trying a bit of variation, trying to prize out the wicket of Rao. That's the delivery right there from Charles. And he knows it as well. A return to the basics. Using the new ball, end of the over. 19 for 1 after 3. Couple of boundaries already in the inning so far. As I say good morning to Miss Gomez and Mr. Khan. Miss Gomez, head of security here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Greeting all the players and all the staff from both teams this morning. Continue to keeping this facility here in tip-top condition. Justin Ramnarees. out of the Naparima College. No relation, I'm told, to the other Ramnaresh family. Also played cricket for the college. And one young avid golfer. 2, in fact. Hoping to see them on the TTGA circuit soon. Of course, the Republic Bank TTGA Juniors is coming up. Punch down the ground. Oh, it's problems here. Called for the quick single initially, and the backup was there from Rao and Yash, just sending him back when he saw the man at mid-on was in place and quickly got his hand straight through, almost through the stumps down, and would have been a lot of trouble there. Rao, he was backing up quite well, and the change in call, he might have just been blinded a bit from the non-striker with the fielder there at mid-on, and once he came into his view, knew immediately that the run was not on. Two end of the bat. Of course, Novel Sports is keen to bring you coverage of that Trinidad and Tobago Junior Golf Open coming up a few weeks' time. I say good morning to the Vice President and General Secretary of the Trinidad and Tobago Golf Association, Mr. Wayne Batiste. Driven again, can't pierce the offside. Moria timing the ball quite nicely so far. 3 balls gone, 3 dot deliveries. He's pitching up the ball nicely. It was a little bit short of a length and fractionally wide off outside the off stump, and encouraged the batsman to try and go after it early on. He's been pitching it up in this over so far. 4 dot deliveries, in fact. Looking to get the ball to swing. And this time he starts it off a bit too wide and gets the outswinger going, but it's a bit too wide and through to the wicketkeeper for a wide. 1 more to the total. 20 for 1. We're in the 4th over. 50 over in counter, reminding you. And again, he's whipped into the onside, and a lot of power on this one. And nice wristy action from Yash. He's going to go for 4. He didn't need to run that. Just 3 men on the onside. And whipped into the onside, not for the first time. On this occasion, however, he gets a boundary. Just angling into the pads, overcompensating young Ramnaresh. So he's looking to be steady line, just about a 5th stump line, and get it to swing away a bit. And then tries to bowl the change-up, an in-swinging Yorker, and he's over-pitching the in-swingers. And on the pads, and Moria is up to the challenge. I'm going to prompt a field change from young Mr. Boodoo. Decides to put the fielder at backward square, taking him out from mid-wicket. And that's where he needs to be. That's a gem of a delivery from the young Ramnaresh. Exactly the spot, and a fraction of a movement away from the outside edge of Yash Moria's bat as the 4th over comes to an end. 24 for 1. Current run rate, 6 runs and over. Want to just thank the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board as well, Mr. Azim Basarat, Mr. Altaf Bash, for helping coordinate the teams and put all the planning in place through Mr. Ravi Tilak. And that gentleman, Mr. Ravi Tilak, has gone above and beyond in facilitating this match here today. I would like to thank all the players and all the staff here in Trinidad and Tobago for help putting together this tournament here with the DC HUB under 13 and under 16 teams that are on tour. Mr. Derek Rampasad, Mr. Aaron Kurban Ali, Mr. Winston Sobers out of the North Zone. Charles continuing. And over the outside portion of the bat, he's pitching it up, he's getting movement, they get one. Third man in place. Does the fielding out there. Battle within a battle here for young Sion Charles. Trying to find the outside edge of Rav's bat. The man very much in form. Just getting some movement as well. Bowling at the right-hander now. One slip in, please. There you can see that in-swing movement he's getting to the right-handers. Starting a bit too wide. So 2 slips for the left-hander, 1 slip for the right-hander with this ball going from left to right on your screen. Captain just comes up to the first slip. He's having a walk down, thinking about a field change, thinking about his bowling as well. West Indies under 19 player, young Brendan Boodoo. In swinging, what a delivery. In swinging Yorker, right up in the block hole. Morea equal to the task. Good bowling here from the young and experienced at the youth level, Sion Charles. Of course, a Trinidad and Tobago under 19 player as well. Under 17 player, most definitely. Future star here for Trinidad and Tobago. Full toss. Can't get it away. Second time he's gotten a full toss. Morea has one now from each bowler. Scoring predominantly on the onside. Can't seem to penetrate the offside. Given a couple loose deliveries, some overpitched, and a couple full tosses. So it's a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off on the onside. 3 on the on. And it's on the onside, worked, clipped away. Some work out there in the deep. Giving chases Josiah Suku on the boundary edge. Does he pull that one back? Good work out there in the deep. Three runs to the total, 28 for 1. The over comes to an end, 5 overs gone. Give us the opportunity to just run through again for you the lineups for the both teams and let you know as well. Flying subs ruling is in effect. Christoph Siraj starting off with the Southeast Zone under 17. Christoph Siraj, Samir Ramdat, Justin Ramnares, Brendan Boodoo, Alves Kalipasad with the gloves, the keeper today, Josiah Suku, Ganesh Gobin, Sion Charles, Justin Hamid, Shiva Haripasad, Riley Gangu, Jordan Julian Riley Gangu just being promoted into the Premiership with Ashjan. He had a significant role to play in the team's success. Back to live action. There's that movement we've been speaking about. He's getting that ball just to seam away. And he's holding that line. It's a tad bit too far outside the off stump to engage the batsman Yash Morai again on strike facing up to him, the right-hander. There are 2 slips in place who are a bit close for my liking. And in fact, you can just see them there, very close to the wicket-keeper, the first slip. There's that one full delivery. So that's his modus operandi here for the young Justin Ramnares. Starting the out swingers, a little bit of out seam movement as well. It was a little bit too wide outside the off stump. And when he does try to bring it back in closer, that delivery, he prefers a full length in swinging delivery, not as much inward movement as he is getting it to outswing. Just rotating the ball around on the other side. What will he come up with next? And that's much better there, just short of a length. And you can see that one just coming back into the right-hander. So showing good ability here, Justin Ramnarees, getting the ball to move both ways. A young man from Naparima Commerce plays for Sancho St. Julian Club in the South Zone Cricket League. And again, not caught in two minds there. He's trying to leave it alone. A late decision comes off the bottom of the bat. I'm just waiting for the two slips to settle. Give our viewers an opportunity. He's quite close to the wicketkeeper, Christoph Siraj, at first slip. Not much of a gap there. The gap between himself. This time again, it's on the pads, clipped into the onside. It's just the one on this occasion. Anytime he tries to go fuller, it's too much on the stumps. And allowing Yash Morai, just 3 on the onside, allowing him to score freely on the onside. Just want to drag the length back as he did a couple deliveries ago. Just short of a length on or about the off stump and started around there. And if he can get one to swing away, as he has been doing to the right-hander, he'll create a world of problem to batsmen. Left-handed Rao gets an opportunity to face up against Ramnarees. One slip on a gully now. He's going after this outside the off stump, doesn't lay any bat on it. More hands through the line rather than getting across. Rao admonishes himself and rehearses the correct approach to that type of cover drive. But it has to be said, Ramnarees, when he did bowl to Rao earlier, the left-hander, he got that ball to just hang outside the line of the off stump to create a little bit of problems for Rao. Just the one delivery he has at him on this occasion. Yash Morai, back-to-back 50s for him against the Future Cricket Stars Academy, and again at the Queen's Park Oval against their under-13 team, under-17 team rather. Charles is going to continue. But we're just having a word with Ramnarees, perhaps inquiring into him as he steps back to the fine leg position. If he's okay for another over. 29 for 1 after 6. Clipped into the onside. Yeah, here's young Ramnarees who's going to do the fielding and just one. Bit of fumble and he's going to give them a second run. Might just be a little distracted thinking about if he wants to come and bowl another over. There's no reason to misfield here on that lush Brian Lara Cricket Academy's lush outfield here. It's in immaculate condition in preparation for that series against Pakistan coming up later on in July to take on the West Indies team, West Indies senior team. Full length delivery, better line delivery from Charles. So just one slip for the in-swinging deliveries from Charles. The skipper is there. And he has a backward point. Cover point, cover extra cover, mid-off. And on the onside, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Wide signal by umpire Mohammed. Just searching for that right line. Of course, left-hand, right-hand combinations can be a little bit difficult for bowlers to adjust, particularly with a swinging ball. Samir Ramdat is at mid-on. Justin Hamid at mid-off. It's a good delivery. Extra cover is in the way and hit with some power. Young Hamid does the clean up on mid-on, just ricocheted off the fielder at extra cover. Field now shuffles around with that single. Garnish Gobin is at mid-wicket for the left-hander now. Jordan Julian. This one hit back at Charles. Strikes him on the shin. They get a single. Full delivery, was that? Short delivery. In fact, he pulled it off the shin, ferociously pulled back at the bowler. Got to him quickly, couldn't quite get around to turn it into the onside and got big on him a bit. Coming off the upper middle portion of the bat back to the bowler. Again, he's down the leg side, just searching for the right line and length for this moving ball. Early in the morning here, overcast conditions prevail. A little bit of moisture in the atmosphere. Tend to see with that bit of humidity, you can't get the ball to swing a lot more under these conditions. And of course, whatever moisture is there in the surface, an early morning start, just after 9:30. There's that swing. Good take down the leg side. In fact, he's not gotten it cleanly. And Boodoo does the cleanup from first slip. Diving away to his right. Wicketkeeper Kali Prasad. Ravi Tilak putting this team together. He had quite a few choices for this lineup. Young Ashmead Mohammed as well. Josiah Karamali as well. Options. Justin Bisai. Good delivery. Get one. Gonna come back for 2 Rao. And again, Ram Naresh a little slow to get it on that occasion. As a former tall opening bowler, I can tell you when you are bowling, you're fully focused, and then you head down to fine leg, you're thinking about what you're doing. Your mind at times cannot be in full concentration mode at the field. You're thinking about your bowling, you're thinking about the next over. Could be a little fatigued as well. Tall, fast bowler having to get all the way down. 2 runs on that occasion. Again, he's been called into action off the bottom edge of Rao's bat this time. There's a slipping gully in place. Trying to counter the gap is Brendan Boodoo for the left-handed Rao. He's taken off a slip, put him in gully, and then Rao, inadvertently off the bottom edge, guides it between the two. Calling Ram Naresh back into action, a 3rd man on this occasion. He's doing a lot of work out there, doing a lot of fielding down on that boundary edge, adding to his workload, the opening bowler. Not making excuses, but just taking things into consideration. Once was a very fit Patrick Patterson who would be fielding down on the boundary edge. Bowling figures so far, Charles, 1 for 24 off of 4 overs. It's a little bit expensive. Ram Naresh after 315 runs. A couple wide deliveries. First slip and 3rd slip in place. On the pads. For the first time against the left-hander. Gets 1 into the onside. The left-handed Suku does the fielding at mid-wicket. 41 now for 1. 1 delivery into the 8th over. They're keeping me engaged somewhat, these 2 slips. Change in personnel. Again, Siraj goes very close to the wicketkeeper. Change in personnel in the 2nd slip. That's the delivery. Oh, it's signal wide. Thought for a moment there that that was past the outside edge. A little bit of a wave movement. Fine line signal by umpire Lutchman. Just have a look at the replay of that delivery. After this delivery. Oh, that's a better ball. And you could see, if you look very closely, as I'm sure all the national selectors and all involved at the zonal level coaches will be looking at, just look at his wrist position. You just see him pushing that ball, pulling down on that seam, getting that ball to move, pushing that one into the right-hander. Fraction, dragging it back a bit, doing the feeling shy at the non-strikers end, and no run, and one run rather. Looks like Justin Hamid from the Shiva boys and the Sancho St. Julian Cricket Club there at backward point doing the fielding. Two umpires want to keep a keen eye on the over rate as well, especially with the left-hand, right-hand combination. And these singles, as the field has to rotate every time, change over, including umpire Rafi Mohammed on this occasion, heading from square leg to square leg for the left-hand, right-hand combination. Round the wicket this time is Ramnarees. It's a good delivery, and he's holding a better line, you have to say, to the left-handed Rao, who he hasn't had an opportunity to bowl at too much, with Mariah dominating the strike in the Ramnarees overs, and goes past the outside edge for the second time at least. Rao on strike. Just having a look at young Siraj at full slip each delivery. And the change, Samir Ramdat is in the... I think he wants to think that he's in a second slip position. He's a little too wide from the first slip to be called a second slip. Just about one step across to his left. Chipped out to cover. Justin Hamid there. Could be Suku, in fact. The reason I'm looking at the two men in slips every delivery is because Ramnarees is getting that ball in good areas to the left-hander. Now, you don't want to get an edge off of the leading run scorer in the tournament for DC Hub and go between the two slippers. Again, he's beaten outside the off stump. Kali Prasad in the wide away clubs just tries to throw the stumps down, do a little bit of carry versus base too from the young man as Rao went a little walkabout there. He's gone walking now, but only because it's the end of the over. 8 overs gone, 43 for 1, Rao on 11, and Yash Moria is on 20 off of 27 deliveries. Partnership building here between the two. And we are going to see a bowling change. Justin Hamid looks to be coming into the attack. Right arm fast medium bowler. From the Shiva boys, also plays for the Sancho St. Julian Cricket Club. Caesar. But a change in the field as well for the new bowler. One slip in place. There's now a third man. And a ring on the offside. First delivery. Again, getting some movement with this new ball. Justin Hamid. Making mention that trying to assemble this team. Of course, Southeast winners of the under-17 zonal last year. Much of these players involved had a wide field to choose from. Ravi Tilak and Stephen Passad. Of course, the assistant coach as well, Angad Ramdia. There's a young Jaden Guevero as well. Turned into the onside, can't get a run. Jordan Julian coming in. Riley Gangu, addition to the team. Justin Dionarine was in the mix. Aidan Ali, Jalid Pierre, just some of the names. Ashmead Mohammed as well. Options, but some of the players involved in different matches currently. Good delivery here from Hamid. Nice start from the young man. Just outside the off stump, getting that ball to seam back into the right-handed Moriah. Nice contest building here. 3-dot balls and the man in form, the right-hander, Moriah on 20. Round 11 from 21. Run rate just dropping a little bit, but still healthy run rate of over 5 runs on over, 5.06. But is spanked through the covers. Stand and deliver shot really, and it goes into the boundary. Rao was running, but Yash, from the moment he hit it and saw the gap, he recognized immediately that it's gone for 4. Just the power in the shot from the young man, took his momentum backwards, crashed it through the onside. Given width, and just sat up really. And in the form that Moriah is in, after 3-dot deliveries, he wasn't going to miss out. Another boundary to him. Releasing the bottom hand this time. Dragging the length back quite nicely, Hamid. Beaten a bit in flight and the movement. Moriah, good delivery, keeping the young man in check on this occasion. Took the bottom hand off, just so that he wouldn't pop it up in the air. That's a good delivery. That is in an area that can bring about a dismissal. Excellent delivery to finish off, just fractionally outside the off stump and getting it to jog back at the batsman who had no choice but to defend. End of 9 overs, 47 for 1. Rao on 11 and Moriah on 24. Say good morning to Mr. Zaid Bassarat as well, chairman of the Southeast Zone Council of Umpires Association, responding to the request to provide umpires for this encounter. Of course, Mr. Jiwalal Suku is on the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board Appointment Committee, looking after the umpires. Say good morning as well to the chair of the North Zone Umpires Council, Mr. Avinash Narain, working together with all the teams to provide qualified and certified and experienced umpires for the games for DC HUB on tour. The captain is on. Is it? No, it's Ganesh in fact. Ganesh Gobin, left hand, off spin. Bowling to Rao, and there's the outside edge, and that is a big wicket. Stuck in a bit of a rut, Rao. He was playing and missing against Ramnaresh outside the off stump, and the bowling change at that southern end gets the outside edge, and young Gobin has struck in his immediately, getting rid of the leading run scorer for the DC HUB team. He'll have to make his way out for 11. DC HUB losing their second wicket now with the score on 47 in the 10th over. And after Justin Ramnaresh went past the outside edge a few times, gets the outside edge on this occasion from the spinner. First delivery striking. So a couple wickets now down for the DC HUB team. Samanyu Mupala was the first to go. Caught behind after bowling of Sion Charles for no score. Off the very first delivery, and Anna Brow, the bowling change, gets the outside edge through to the first slip. Thought initially that it was Buru himself who was coming on because he was loosening up, testing out his run-up at that southern end, and then came out of the second slip, went into the field. So I thought he was going to come on. Instead, it's Ganesh Gobin. Again, the new batter to the new batter. Another left-hander, Likita Lu, out there. So 46-run partnership comes to an end. Gets 2 runs on this occasion, off the mark, Lekitalu. 46-run partnership between Moria, who scored 24, and 11 from Rao. One run short of 50 runs on the board, 2 wickets down, 10 overs gone. New batsman Alu on 2, and Morea on 24. Bowling figures so far: Sion Charles, 1 for 24 off of his 4 with 16 dot balls, none for 17 with 17 dot balls. Justin Ramnaresh, the 2 opening bowlers. Just a 1 over so far from Hamid, and 1 from Gobin, picked up a wicket. That of Rao. Scoring being kept in check by this champion under 17 Southeast team. Teams from the Southeast enjoying a good run of form in the zonal competitions, the TTCB. Nice line again. The keeper just a couple steps closer. Southeast were the 2024 under-17 runners-up, defeated by the East Zone, and then crowned champions 2025. And that team moving up to the under-19 division now, champions for the 2026, defeating Central Zone in the finals. On the pads. Could be a leg bye. Keeper storms after it. Gets the throw off. Leg by, in fact. Confirmed, and that'll bring up the half century. 50 runs on the board for the DC HUB team with 2 wickets down. Brendan Boodoo in the final, chasing now 186 set by Central Zone. Brendan Boodoo, 76 off of 57 deliveries when they were just teetering at 25 for 2. Managed to chase it down. The captain coming in and stabilizing the innings and increasing the scoring rate to the back end of his innings. And they got there in 46.5 overs. Defeated Central Zone last year as well. Made 176 for 9 and bowled out the Central Zone for 107. Sion Charles picked up 5 for 27 in that game, and Ganesh Gobin picked up 3 for 14. A good delivery here from Hamid. They get one shy at the stumps from Siraj from mid-on. Young Daniel Holder was looking to set back the southeast on the 19 team for the Central Zone, and Boodoo's knock just didn't quite cement victory for them. Sion Charles still had a hand to come in and finish off the game for Southeast. Another good delivery here. Quick single again. One of the most irritating things to a bowler is bowling a nice tight line and length and the batsman just pinching singles still. And particularly when it's a left-hand, right-hand combination. It's been a good over so far from Hamid. Is it Hamid or Hamid? Hamid? That's impeccable stuff from him, because left-hand, right-hand combination, he's right on the money. Changing up his line, getting his length just perfect. 52 for 2 after 11. So Hamid finishing his second over. None for 6. Cloud cover here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Had some dark clouds just looming over. Of course, we're in the middle of the dry season here in Trinidad and Tobago. We're here in Taruba, and the DC HUB team just coming off a spring break in the US. Had a very difficult winter, a lot of heavy snow. One blizzard. Thrown around the wicket. Gobin. Beats the outside edge of Maria's bat. 2 slips in place. Captain himself at second slip. And Siraj is back in at first slip. And you could see why. Just a lot of turn on offer. As predicted by Shivanan Ramuta, the man in charge of the facility here. Did indicate there'll be pace bounce, there'll be movement for the new ball. There'll be turn as well for the spinners. And Gobin just extracting a bit of turn. We have seen the ball swing and seam around here on the surface. For all our viewers across in Pakistan as well, when their team is set to come here for series against West Indies, they will be happy that there's turn and bounce on the surface. Going to pinch a single in the offside. And that is good cricket, because he's been pegged back. One beat the outside edge. A nice tight bit of bowling here from Gobin. Takes the opportunity to get whatever runs they can. Gets a single. Of course, the Cricket West Indies rising stars bilateral series is taking place across in Jamaica. In fact, Antigua. Jamaica took on Trinidad and Tobago on Sunday in the 15s. $102 for 8 Trinidad and Tobago, chasing down 98 for 9 Jamaica. Duckworth-Lewis game winning by 2 runs. I'm being told by Percy Samlal Singh. Always up to date with the stats. Again, he's on that tight line and length. Justin Hamid. Giovanni McKnight, 7 for 1. So, yep. Players from the South Zone as well. Kishav Mongru, Sanjeev Bachu, Arnaldo Premchand got 3 for 25. Naparima man, I'm being told by a proud Percy Samlal Singh. Whipped into the onside. The length was a little bit short. It raced through for a quick single. Can't prevent it. Suku is the man out there at mid-wicket. Sanjeev Bichu, 1 for 12. And of course, Cahill Thomas, what a bright rising talent. Bat and ball, 4 for 14. I saved the best for last from his 7 overs. Outstanding performance from the Trinidad and Tobago team against Jamaica. And that game played at Kingston, Melbourne Park. Off the outside edge and leaping to his right. Did he get a hand? Yes, he did get a hand on it. Is that Samir Ramdat out there? And slow to rise. He's looking at his right hand. Excellent effort from the young man. Samir Ramdat leaping to his right, the tall right-hander, still wringing his fingers. That would have been a spectacular catch. So he's pulled the leg back fractionally, Hamid. Clarification on the sounding of his last name. Hamid. Justin Hamid. I was right the first time, Percy. Being Dwayne Lal just giving me the correction. That's a good delivery. Seeing that ball swinging in the air. This young man, nice high wrist action, cocked wrist, nice high arm action. You always hear Wazim Akram talking about that wrist position. The Pakistanis, they are set to come here to the Caribbean. This one punched down the ground and tumbling down to his right, Siraj almost seemed to be in line to knock that one. Did quite well to get around. I couldn't lay a hand on it. It was all along the carpet, powerfully struck down the ground. And 4 runs to the total. End of the over now, 13 gone. Murray on to 31 now, Alu on 4. Diving away to his left. Couldn't get a hand on it. Seemed to make the ground up to be able to cover it. And tumbling over, couldn't quite get the things down in time. $59 for 2. Just a quick single again, a shy at the non-star, and he hits the stump. Loud appeal and he's gone. Alu called for the single, hit the ball down to mid-off. The man was there and picked it up and threw the stumps down. and he's short of his ground. A full delivery, was on the back foot, leaning back, took off. And that's an excellent bit of fielding. It's that man, Justin Ramnarees, so he's not bowling, able to concentrate fully now in the field. And an impeccable piece of work from the young man. Got there quickly, clean pickup, knocked the stumps out of the ground. Quick single gone wrong from Alu. Hit quite firmly, a little bit of weight transferred to the back foot. And that fraction of a moment before taking off fell short of his ground. The skipper is going to come out to the middle now. And then a bit of problems here now, 59 for 3. It's Captain Kaushal, Artava Kaushal, makes his way out to the middle. Partnership of 12 coming to an end, just as it was starting to build on the back of a 44-run partnership between Moria and Rao. Pinged back here a bit with a bit of good fielding. Just wonder if the umpires have called for the drinks, as we see Coach Kaushal Rahman just heading out to the middle. And in fact, the umpires have decided to take the drinks break now. 13 extras in this total of 59 for 3. Rao went for 11. Mupala for no score. Yash Maria, a lot is going to depend on him now. He's not out on 31, joined by the captain Artava Kaushal, but the kit Alu run out by Justin Ramnarees for 4. We'll take a short break for the drinks and be right back with more coverage. Back to live action here. Continuing on. Gobin. .59 for 3. Again, 2 slips. Captain Budu's been very attacking here. Recognizes that 3 wickets are down. This is a type of captaincy we try to encourage to all the other levels as well. We've seen some captains just are hesitant a bit to put that additional amount of pressure. Going to get a single this time. Ramdat doing the fielding. Excellent bit of work. Running out. Likitalu by Justin Ramnares. Left-hander on strike, cut uppishly. Backward point, that's a good bit of work. Good bit of fielding. Shiva, Hari Prasad there at backward point. Nice pick up on the bounce, and the throw is what impressed me there, right over the stumps. Good bit of glove work as well from Kali Prasad. West Indies versus Pakistan series coming up. T20 match, first T20 taking place in Broward County at Lauderhill in the US. 3 of them, in fact. And then the first ODI will be here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy on Friday, 8th of August. And then again on Sunday the 10th, right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The third ODI will be on the 12th. As well here. Captain Kaushal facing up. Habib has been quite good to the right-handers. Opportunity to the left-hander. The wicketkeeper is up to the stumps. Habib gets back to his mark. Exaggerated movement here with this red ball. Good job behind the stumps as well from the keeper Kali Prasad. Right up to the stumps. leading run scorers for the DC HUB team, Anabra, with 208 in the 3 matches. Yash Morea, 139. He's still out there on 32 at the non-strikers end. On the pads, whipped into the onside from Kaushal. It's heading out to the boundary, giving chase out there. They're going to hold it back in. That's good work from the young man out there in the deep. Couple runs to the captain. Hari Prasad doing the fielding out there with Gobin. This time it's gone for 4. Down on one knee. And well put away by the captain. Coming to terms with the pace of the pitch. Very early in his innings, Kaushal is not allowing Hamid to pitch along that line. Whipped away for 4. 67 for 3 after 15. Gobinda continues bowling quite well so far. 3 overs, 1 for 5. Knocked down. They're going to get another quick single here. Got me very nervous there for a second. Last time they took off for a single. The Ramna race, he threw the stumps down at the non-striker's end. Clean pick up again from the young man. This time the throw went to the keeper's end. After the fumble at extra cover. Not going to take the chance this time. The Ramna race. 68 for 3 after 15. Turned into the onside. Vacant fielder chasing down from first slip. Going to get 2. And good work from Siraj. Just sprinted after it from first slip. Kept it to 2. 70 for 3. Okay. Got a quick single here. Good bit of work this time in the outfield from Shiva Hari Prasad. At point, can't prevent the single, but excellent pickup. Hamid, in fact, it is. Excellent pickup from the young man. Rifled the throw-in right over the top of the stumps. Still get the single. 71 for 3 after 16. Kaushal on 10. And Moray on 33. And the run rate now just tipped under 4.5. The captain marked out his run at the start of the last over, and he has the ball in his hand now. Brendan Boodoo. West Indies under 19 player. So replacing Hamid, the captain. Hamid 4 overs cost 18 runs, didn't get a wicket. Leg spin into the attack. Looking for a single. It's not there. He has a slip in place for that googly. Charles at backward point. Cover, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, right on the 30-yard circle. Mid-wicket. Square leg and a man sweeping on the onside. There's that ball, just going across the left-hander. We do see in the T20 format of the game, the leg spinners, the left-handers, bowl a lot of googly deliveries. Trying to take away that slog sweep from them. Going across Kaushal this time, Budu. Again, he's starting that one just fractionally outside the off stump, just adjusting his line from the previous two that started on and around about middle stump. There's the googly again. And bracing for impact. At extra covers was smashed toward him. Looks like Ramdat there. Ricocheting. Or for Suku to clean up. Pitched up. Good delivery. So just bowl the googly delivery a little bit shorter. You tend to see leg spinners just want to show the batsman that they can have that bowl that googly. They have it in their armory. So they bowl it fractionally shorter so they get to see it spin. And then want to rip that leg break on, bowl a faster one and pitch it up just to get them in a state of confusion later on. Back to live action here. Gobin into the attack. 72 for 3. 1 run off the first delivery of the over. One keeping a little bit low. Punching off the back foot is Kaushal. No run. Six, smashed down the ground. 72 for 3. First 6 of the inning takes the score on to 78. And Kaushal is getting in on the action here after striking his first boundary. Now hits his first 6 out to cow corner. A man out at long on. There's a man at deep mid-wicket. Chopping that one down. Goes past the stumps. First slip does the fielding. Just escaping with that one a bit. Trying to chop it down off. Coming off the bottom edge of the bat. Actually ricocheting off the wicket keeper. End of the Gobin over. 7 runs coming from it, 78 for 3 after 18. Slow progress here from the DC Hub team. Projected score of 215 at this current rate of 4.3. Trying to build another partnership here. This man has been the mainstay of the middle order, coming in at 1 down, Moria, so 34. Building partnerships with the middle order. Particularly important now that Rao has gone, who's been the leading run scorer for the DC Hub team. Opishly diving forward. Has he got his fingers under that? In fact, he has. Tumbling catch. That will see the dismissal of Moria. 4th wicket goes down now. And another breakthrough by the Trinidad and Tobago Southeast Zonal team. Took off the bottom hand again, defeated in the flight by Budu. And that's an outstanding effort. Moria makes his way off the field. New man heading out to bat. Ritvik Verbatina, the other wicketkeeper batsman. Duman facing up. The captain has struck Brendan Buru. Expert stuff from the skipper. First over was a maiden. Picks up a wicket off of his first delivery here. First slip, tumbling stop. Dot deliveries again. One to come for a double wicket, or a wicket maiden and back-to-back maidens. Looking to get a single, it's not there. And the captain, Brendan Boodoo, coming into the attack. Maiden first over. And wicket maiden in the second over, thanks to an outstanding catch by Shiva Hari Prasad at extra cover. He charged in, up his shot from Moria, charged in. Just getting the fingers under it as well. Four wickets down now, just 74 runs on the board. And the captain Kaushal has Verbatina out there with him. The left-hand fast medium opening bowler. I'm not sure if he's batted in the series so far. The bowling change here. Full toss. hit down the ground. Josiah Suku into the attack. So Goben, his 5 overs, scores 16 runs. Was hit for a 6 in the last over, coming out of the attack, being replaced by Suku. Suku from the St. Stephen's College, plays for the Tableland Sports Club. In fact, Verbatina, the man out there, Rick Witt, wicketkeeper batsman, and the left-handed opening fast bowler, Shanvai Ragiwala, is just on the boundary edge. Saw him just now, just getting a knock. The left-arm fast bowler, opening fast bowler, getting some throwdowns from Samanyu. Can't prevent the single off of his own bowling, Suku. Ritvik gets off the mark. Captain now back on strike, 80 for 4. Some work here to do. This hit high up in the air, man back pedaling, and just lands over his head. Mid-off right on the edge of the 30-yard. Hit high up in the air from Kaushal. Jordan Julian, the man, backpedaling at mid-off. Couldn't quite get her wrong, and a lucky escape, you have to say, from Artava, the captain. Julian drops back out to long on now for the right-handed Verbatina. So a man sweeping at mid-wicket, long off, and a man sweeping at cover on the offside. Just the 3 fielders out in the deep. Pressure building here. Suku just enticing the captain, who's at the opposite end, into a false shot. And Verbatina just plays out the over. 81 for 4 after 20. Not too many skyscrapers in Manhattan. Just a 1 over, 10 runs. And the scorecard just 11 from Rao on this occasion. Couldn't expect him to score a half century every outing. Bupala went for no score, was the early wicket of the first delivery from Charles. And then Morai, who's been the second leading run scorer, went for 34. Budu getting that wicket. It's back into the attack. Budu high up in the air. Kaushal goes down the ground. And a towering 6. Captain versus captain. And Kaushal comes out on top on this occasion. And he's not going to allow Brendan Budu, Trinidad and Tobago Southeast Zone captain, another maiden, decides to go big. And that's high and handsome from Kaushal. Smash down the ground for a towering 6. Right back in our direction here. Nice clean pickup. Just lets him know I can read that googly as well. It's another battle within a battle here. Captain versus captain. Should be a very interesting over. It's already been a very interesting over. 1-6 down the ground from a ball pitched outside the line of the off stump. I think Kaushal is recognizing that anything that is on middle stump pitching is going to be a googly going across him. There is a slip in place. He has to play this one because he knows from that line Budu is going to bring that ball back into him. So if he's not reading it all out of the fingers, could just be anticipating the type of spin based on the line of the delivery, and Budu has been that accurate. This time the googly is just pushed a little bit wide. Just as I said, he was accurate. That is what you call the commentator's curse by definition. 88 for 4. More flight on offer this time. Hammered down. Bit of fumble at mid-off, right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Ram the race. Worked into the onside. Runs here. Protection as well, out at deep mid-wicket. That man Shiva Hariprasad out there, patrolling the boundary. End of the Buru over. Buru's conceded runs in this over after 2 maidens. 8 runs in the over. 89 for 4 after 21. Wicket apiece for Charles, Gobin and Buru now. Maiden. This is 1 over from Suku. Suku is going to continue. Kaushal just working it out. What's going to come next? It's on 25. In defense. Call through for the single. Sharp pick up and throw. Good backing up from Ritvik Verbatina. $90 for 4 with that single. Now, what type of role here is Verbatina going to play with his captain at the other end? Half shout. Not out, says umpire Lachman. Has a man close in at mid-wicket. There is that man. Going to get a run here. Ramdat running around from extra cover. Man sweeping on the offside. Has to come in now for... In fact, it's the end of the over. 22 overs gone. 91 for 4. Kaushal is on 26. Verbatina on 2. Partnership now on to 13. Probing line there from Budu, starting it just on or about the off stump. Has a slip in place. Again, he's on that line. Just want to be careful here, Verbatina. Leg break deliveries. He's getting bat onto it, tucked nicely behind the pad. Just watch out for that good googly delivery. A little bit more flight on this occasion. He does bowl that googly delivery, and that forward defensive shot is going to spin back into the pads. And just looking at his bat, right alongside the pad, he'll have to get it around that front pad to play a googly. Just like that. Turned into the onside. Gets off strike, hands it back to the captain on 26, Kaushal. And very astute captaincy here. So he's calling up the sweeper into the covers. And Siraj is going to stay inside the ring despite the 6 hit in the last over by Kaushal. So mid-off and mid-on are up. Sweeping this time. Can't get much bat onto it. Seems a bit of an under edge onto pad. Trickles across to the man at backward square. He's looking to keep pressure on the batsman. Some dot deliveries. Just one fielder in the deep on the onside at mid-wicket. Pushing the batsman back. Very quickly finishing off the over. Budu. Just a 1 run in it. Very economical as ever. That's why he brings the field as well in. He doesn't want to give free singles away to the batsman for them to try and get acclimatized, build a partnership. He's going to keep the pressure on them. On that occasion, no wit on offer with the line to Kaushal. Kept it very tight on middle and off stump. Gave him one flight hit and then pushed him back with a bit of a faster one that pitched just fractionally short of a length. Suku from the southern end now continues. Around extra cover, just shadowing that one. And you want to see a fielders doing that all the time. Just shadowing, even if they can't get to it. Just a bit of psychological pressure on the batsman. Short, it's wide. Ritvik trying to paddle it around the corner. Can't get any bat on it and escapes. Harsher punishment there, Suku. There's just one man at backward square inside the ring. He's not all the way on the 30-yard. Any bat on that? An appeal this time. Well forward. Perhaps striking outside the off stump. The captain wants a word. Calls him down. Just letting him know the importance of this knock. Verbatina. Captain on 26, 93 for 4. This time it's to that man at backward square. He's not all the way on the 30-yard circle, and he's exactly just about 10 yards short, because he doesn't want to give the opportunity for a single if he sits back. This time he gets bats on it, diving away to the left. The man at backward square in the ring. He's too close to get around, and that goes into the boundary for 4. Short and pulled into the onside. That'll take the total to 97 for 4. Diving away, can't get his hand to it. Not sure he would have gotten his hand to it. Even if he was right on the 30-yard circle, it was pulled powerfully by Verbatina. The man at deep square leg couldn't get, deep mid-wicket couldn't get it wrong either. Boundary in the over. Welcome boundary. 97 for 4 after 24. The two teams here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, representing some of the best out of the Washington area, as well as champions of the Under-17 2025 Southeast Zone team. And of course, Southeast winning the Under-19. And a lot of these players were involved in that Under-19 victory for Southeast in this year's TTCB Inter-Zone competition. Of course, Best Motors, Evolution Fitness, and Fial Footwear sponsors this year's youth tournaments in the Interzone. To say a special thank you to all of the sponsors helping to bring youth cricket and this development through the Trinidad Cricket Board. So we can get to see talents like a young Brendan Budu just get better and better with age. The West Indies under 19 player. Short, quickly delivery to the left-handed. Ritvik can't get past Suku, who's at extra cover now. Since the under-13 campaign, Brendan Boodoo has been a big name in youth cricket. And more up-and-coming players, Sion Charles, Shiva Hari Pasada, young Riley Gango with the Astra outfit promoted up into the Premiership. Yet to see him bowl. And all the schools across the South Zone and their cricketing programs, St. Stephen College, St. Benedict's, of course, Presentation College, San Fernando, Naparima College, Sanan. Googly this time starting just outside the leg stump, coming back in at Kaushal. Can't get any bat on it. Just snuffed it out. End of another Boodoo over. 1 for 9. 20 dots, 27 in fact in his 5 overs. And a feature of the bowling from Boodoo as well. It's not a short run-up. And with his deliveries and dot through his overs very quickly indeed. So just 3 deliveries they scored off. He comes to feet. Yes. We might see a bowling from this end. Boops up the field. So continue. That wrong point. Single to the total. 98-4. 4th wicket falling the score on 78 in the 19th over. Just about 6 overs gone. 20-run partnership so far between the pair of Kaushal and Verbatina. Playing a miss. He's pulling that front leg away, just backing away fractionally, trying to cut a ball that is not so short outside the off stump. Pulling this time. It is or was short, down to long on. They lost the wicket of Likit Alu. The score on 59, 13.1 overs. This 19-run partnership being severed. 99 for 4 at the halfway point in the innings. Siraj out there. Straight to him. Going to have to find a way to rotate the strike a little bit more here, the DC Hub team. Just like that. Just work it into the onside. Drop the wrist on it. Lots of gaps in the onside. And Hamid was a little bit deep there as well. Couldn't prevent the single. That a bit of a seam-up delivery there. Seemed to move away from the batter. It's the man from UTT, Christoph Siraj, into the attack. Much the same field. Leg spinner replacing leg spinner as Boodoo is off the field. And no doubt Mr. Anthony Gray will keep key eye on this young man. Plays for the UTT team. A couple of years here. This one cut away. Gray one is short. cut away through the just went all the way close to the boundary. Better delivery. In defenses, Verbatina can't do much with that. There is a long off in place for him. 11 off of 27 deliveries. Long off, long one in place for the bowling of Siraj. No sweeper on the boundary on the offside. It's a bit short, but a little bit too close to him. Tries to cut it as opposed to punching off the back foot to try and penetrate the gap. Ramdat is in the way at extra cover. Good recovery. Mr. Gree will be happy with the recovery in this over. Of course, the coach of the UTT team, Mr. Anthony Gray, former West Indies and Trinidad fast bowler. He might want to say all-rounder, but better known for his fast bowling, Mr. Gray. End of the over. 100 coming up in that over. 102 for 4 after 27 overs. Kaushal on 27. I want to thank the guys and the staff across at ICU Ophthalmics, Mr. Sunil Munasa, for your one-stop shop for all eye care products. Distributors for Dropstar and Dropstar PF for dry eyes, and Trala PF and Brixia. Back to live action here now. Turned into the onside from Suku, off the bowling of Suku. It's been just a bit of a lull in the scoring rate. It's dropped under 4 to 3.75 in the last few overs. 5 overs from Brendan Boodoo. Just the 9 runs from him. And a tight spell of bowling from Josiah Suku. His economy just 3.23. None for 14 into his 5th over. He's bowled 16 dot balls. Bit too many dot balls for the liking of Coach Kaushal Raman of the DC HUB team. Ritvik just looking into the onside. Across his shoulder. Let's this one go. It's not a bad approach, however, trying to stabilize the innings. You will get a few dot deliveries, particularly against some of the better bowlers and the spinners, as they continue to build pressure. A very good over from Suku. Just 1 run in it. 103 for 4. 28 overs gone. Siraj back into the attack. Just 2 runs in his first over, building pressure here. So after the maiden overs from 2 from Boodoo and a maiden wicket as well, just a 1-6 down the ground from Kaushal. Hit a 6 previously off of Gobin, but haven't seen too many boundaries after that. This is a full toss. Hit out to mid-wicket. Didn't get that at all. Harry Passat just throwing at the non-strikers and forcing Kaushal to hustle. He's disappointed that he couldn't put that one away. It's an unexpected delivery. Wasn't over the height of the waist, but was a full toss that he could have done a little bit better with. Short and hit back at the bowler. Hammered back at him and dropped by Siraj. Was hit with a lot of power. Was short. Hit in the air. Good catching height as well. Just the opportunity to put away a couple bad balls here by DC. And that is what happens when you build pressure with dot balls. When you do get a bad ball, you're not in the right frame of mind to put it away, mistiming it, and offering a chance on this occasion, Verbatina. Back to his normal line and lengths. The UTT man, end of his over. $104 for 4. Not a lot to write home about for the DC HUB team just yet. Yesterday we saw the best motos, Presal Valley boys 11 against the under 13. Right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They were stuck in a rut with 4 wickets down and managed still to chase down 205 by the DC HUB team. Thanks in no small part to Akash Bansraj, who scored 100. Bling change here. It's the man we've been waiting for, Riley Gangu from Astra San Fernando. There's been a lot made about him in the recent past, the youngster. 5 for 11 versus Capichaima East and 34 runs with the bat against Rio Claro West and a 5-wicket haul as well. Down the track. Kaushal goes for a single. Looks Suku like the man out there, is it? I'm sure Ram Naresh, who was out there previously, threw the stumps down and run out Likitalu for that type of single. Kaushal took off early, got there in time, 105 for 4. It's been there for quite a while, Verbatina. 38 deliveries, just the 1 boundary from him. Bit of a quiet period here for the DC HUB team with a loss of 4 wickets. Can't get the run again. Trying to test out the man at backward square. Just the 1 run in the Riley Gangu over. 105 for 4 after 30 overs. North versus South under 15 clash. The North-South Classic featured a lot of talent. Some of those players selected on the Trinidad and Tobago under 15 team. Sanjeev Bachu, Davis Guerra, Arnaldo Premchand, Ronaldo Siusanka, Giovanni McKnight from the Southeast Zone. A young Luke Ramlal, Amrit Maharaj, from Shiva Boys, Nityam Mongru, Cristiano Bihari. Just a few of the players on the national under 15. Down the leg side. And ricochet perhaps off the wicket keeper. It's heading out toward the boundary. And it's gone for 4? Yes, it's gone 4. Not quite sure what that came out of. If it was the bat onto the wicket keeper, the signal runs. So it seems a sweep shot. And he hit it onto the wicket keeper, who was hands akimbo, after in disbelief, off the pad, and ricocheted all the way down to the fine leg boundary. 109 for 4, welcome boundary for the captain and the DC HUB team. Driven down the ground. Could that be the signal that they want to just push on a little more now? Not going to allow Siraj to continue to bowl at them. He's bowled it's about one bad ball in every over, which is a high standard at this level. 5 good deliveries in an over. Pulled into the onside, just in front of Sukude at mid-wicket. Half chance. Cut away, tumbling to his right. Can't knock it down. Just a single, so a little bit of aggression now shown by both batsmen. Might just be the final over before the drinks break. Not quite sure it's the time you want to try and be a little bit aggressive. So one delivery to come before the drinks break. Can't get a run. 1-1-1 for 4 after 31 overs. Mr. Stephen Prasad, Ravi Tilak on the boundary edge, make their way onto the field with the captain carrying the cooler. And Coach Rahman also heads out for this drinks break. 111 for 4 after 31. We'll be right back with more coverage.
It's a year-round issue that can leave your eyes itchy, red, and irritated. That's where Brixia comes in. Powerful antihistamine eye drops designed itchy, irritated eyes caused by allergens like dust. Just a few drops, and Brixia starts working by blocking the histamine that triggers allergy symptoms, so your eyes feel more comfortable, fast. Whether it's Saharan dust in the air or everyday allergens causing redness and itch, Brixia helps you get relief and stay focused on your day. Contact your healthcare professional to find out if Brixia eye drops are right for you, because dry, irritated eyes shouldn't slow you down.
Welcome back here to live action. It's a drinks break here. The DC HUB Under-17 team taking on the Trinidad and Tobago Southeast champion team from 2025, led by Captain Brendan Boodoo on the DC HUB's Under-17 tour to Trinidad and Tobago. And earlier on, before the start of play, there was a bit of briefing to the both teams. And the toss took place out there in the middle. We just take you for highlights of that toss.
Welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This is the 4th game on tour for the DC HUB Under-17 team on their tour to Trinidad. I have alongside me the 2 captains for today's game. Artava Kaushal from the DC Under-17 team, Brendan Boodoo from the winners of last year's Under-17 Zonal Championships. And alongside him is umpire Gavin Lachman and umpire Rafi Mohammed. Mr. Lachman has the coin, and off we go with the toss. Heads is the call. We have a tails. And tails, coin comes up tails. So if I could have the winning captain, Mr. Boodoo, what have you decided to do?
I've decided to bowl first because of the conditions. We see it's a grassy pitch and we want to make the most out of that and to know what we are going afterwards in the second half.
So cricket has still ongoing. I want to say just now started for you, but a successful year so far. A presentation called San Fernando, winning out the second edition cricket league. Of course, you are champions from last year's under-17 zonal tournament, and this year's under-19 tournament. Southeast has again emerged victorious.
Yeah, it's all part of the process from under 13 go up, winning out all the age groups. It's a real good feeling, and being selected to represent to play against you all, it's an honor and privilege.
And a lot of depth in this squad here today. A lot of players to choose from. Some players off on national duty, of course, with the Trinidad under 15 across the Jamaica. But you have a lot of depth in your squad.
Yeah, we do. With wide variations of bowling and plenty depth in our batting till number 11. It's a really good squad we have, and I'm excited to see how they'll do today.
Thank you very much and go well. I want to invite now the captain of the DC HUB team. Arthur, first tell me, how is the back?
Back is fine, just put some biofreeze and icing and it was all good the next day.
So your first time on tour, you are the top of the order and returning now as captain a couple years later and you're doing quite well with the ball.
Yeah, I think I've been focusing a lot on my bowling the last 2 years. I developed a groove, a slider and some other variations and just put down the order to get some more bowling in to help benefit the team.
And of course,
Back to live action here. Play resuming with Gang with the ball in hand. 112-4. Kaushal on 35, building a partnership here with Verbatina, who's on to 13 now. One slip in place, still maintaining a bit of aggression. Captain himself is back on the field after the drinks break at first slip. So the two batters trying to be a little more assertive. That over before the drinks break from Siraj. Instructions would have come out with the coaches and managers of both teams how to proceed in these remaining 19 overs. Partnership 35 of 79 deliveries. Kaushal 20 and Verbatina 13 in the partnership. Last wicket falling with the score on 78. So more work here to do. This time they do get a single to square leg. Early call. The field has been a little bit in, just about 10 yards inside the 30-yard ring. They've not challenged him for a single so far. This occasion, looking to increase the run rate, taking off for the single. That one just hurrying onto him, shaping to pull it into the onside, but could only get it back toward the bowlers. It rushed him. End of the over. That over from Gangu, just 3 runs. Bowling quite well, none for 4 off of his 2. Siraj, just 9 runs in his 3 overs. He is going to continue. 50 over game, remind you, in the second power play. That's the bowling card. Siraj just 9 runs off of his 3 overs. $114 for 4. Again, a slip in, please. Swan offside still, just 3 fielders being used in the deep. 1 at deep mid wicket, long off and long on. Raris is coming off the long on boundary. So just a 1. And the role here of Verbatina might have to change a little bit. Strike rate is just 30 for his 15. So you might want to rotate the strike a little bit more and perhaps be a little bit adventurous as well, trying to force something while his captain is on 36 off with a 61 strike rate. Don't want to be too risky, still maintain some measure of control. This is a very strong batting lineup from the Trinidad and Tobago Southeast players. Well flighted, full toss down the ground. Just leaning on it and tapping it down the ground. Recognizing two fielders out on the boundary. Can't get a single here. Gonna want to have to try and maneuver of those shorter deliveries into the gap. Try and rotate the strike a little bit more. 116 for 4 after 33. And this rate of 2 will just get 175 runs. This is a type of consistent boss. Very good for batting. The bowlers as well can get a little bit out of it. Saw the ball swing around a lot early on this morning. The spinners have been able to get it to spin. Excellent surface prepared here by the staff, the ground staff. And a loud appeal. It's not out. Good work behind the stumps from Alves Kalipasad. Was very quick to get the bails off. Thought for a moment the back foot lifted. He was out of his crease. Drag that back leg out of the crease. Did he get it back in time? $116 for 4. Looked to be very close. So looking to score a little more quickly, Artava Kaushal. Young Gangu has other ideas. Please for the Southeast Hurricanes, the Astor Boys College youth player. Cut. Bit of misfield there at backward point. They're going to get 1. They're going to look for 2. Coming back for 2. Ramnaresh there, just chasing it down. Was hit hard. Have to try and put away those deliveries. Opportunity to score. Have to be able to seize on it. Try and get this total up to be competitive. Change in the field. Kaushal onto 39. So he's dropped a man. He's moved Shiraj at short third man. Ramnaresh stays at backward point. Closer in though. This time he's punching in front of point to the sweeper on the boundary. Looks to be Harry Prasad out there. End of the over. 3 runs in the over. Gangu keeping the pressure on. Misfield in that over. 119 for 4 after 34. Back to live action here. Siraj continuing on. I want to thank the folks at ICU Ophthalmics for for all your eye care needs, helping to provide coverage here of this DC Hub Tour to Trinidad. Captain Kaushal now on 40. Seeing that ball very big now and cuts it through the offside, heading out toward the boundary. Ramnaris can't hold it in. And 4 runs to the total, 4 welcome runs. Much needed runs off the bat of the captain. He's on to 44 now. At the toss as well, just had a word with him indicating that all is well. Had a bit of a back injury. Spanking that one to the boundaries, fully recovered. The captain rearing to go. He's on 44. Driven down the ground. 1, 2, 3 for 4 turns into 1, 2, 4 for 4. Robertina stuck a little bit here. Needs to rotate the strike a little bit more, but to his defense, and he's been in defense a lot, it's been a good bowling as well. Gets the single here, needs to do more of this. So many times, so often, we see players with a low strike rate at just under 30. And within a matter of 2 and 3 overs, they can get that strike rate back up into the 70s and 80s. Just biding their time as well. In the 35th over, some tight bowling, lost 4 wickets early on. The score was on 1 when they lost their first wicket. Again, another single. They need to rotate that strike, continue to do that. Lost their second wicket with a score on 47, and then 59 when Litikalu was run out. And the second leading run scorer, Yash Moria, the score was on 78 for the 4th wicket. So building back here. He's not been able to get that ball away through the offside with those cut shots. Shiraz gets away with a ball. Could have gotten a single, looking to change it up a little bit, try to dab it past point instead of trying to force it through the offside. Can't get a run. Shiraz continues to keep it tight, along with Gangu, the pair operating. Just 18 runs Siraj has conceded in his 5 overs. Suku 14, with Gangu joining them into the attack. And none for 7 off of his 3 overs. And only Brendan Boodoo has been more economical than Riley Gangu. Boodoo, his first 2 overs were maidens, and then picked up a wicket in that second over. So there's a ball. Well, captains have selected the ball. Just going to be using 1 ball now. Of course, 2 balls used from either end at the 35th over. Just the captain will pick 1 ball. Ravi Tilak has the ball that has been rejected by the captain, Brendan Boodoo, sent back to Tilak. So just a 1 ball for the remaining overs now. Final 15 overs to come. 5 overs before the final power play. Go for 1. 1 is all it will be. Seven runs coming in the last over. A good over for the DC Hub against Siraj. 1 run so far in this over. Can't get him away. He's looking to power it through the offside, Ritvik. And it's been cutting at those deliveries. Might want to try and punch it off the back foot. There's a gap between cover and extra cover. And a vacant boundary out there. That one, there's just 1 man to beat in front of square to get a single, and it's straight to the fielder. I want to try and work on placing the deliveries rather than powering it through the infield. Just like that. take some off of it. Dragging the length back on this occasion, Gangu, and is able to work it into the onside for a single. Likewise on the offside, rather than cut at those deliveries, want to punch it with a nice high elbow off the back foot through the extra cover rather than try and beat point. Get a single. Stuff to work on. 128 for 4. Solid in defense. Meanwhile, Kaushal is on 47. 72 deliveries, striking at a rate of 65. Cramped for room, a little bit faster as well from Gangu. Does that hit the stump? Is it going between bats and pad? It has, you know. The leg stump is rocked back. The bail fell down. He was cramped for room, looking to punch it into the onside. And that one, I'm not sure what that came off. It was bat onto pad, onto the leg stump. And he's going to have to go. A change-up delivery from young Riley Gangu. Not much of a celebration from him either. But it was a faster delivery, pushed into the line of the leg stump. And Atava has to go. The captain gone for 47, just as the partnership was starting to gain a little bit of momentum. Another wicket falls. 50-run partnership with that single coming up in the over. And just as they brought up that 51 partnership, they lose a vital wicket here. The captain is gone for 47, just on the verge of a half century. A patient knock from Artava Kaushal. 74 deliveries, 3 4s and 2 6s. 128 for 5 now. 15 extras in that total. And Virant Sabavarpu is the man joining Verbatina out in the middle. The leg spinner comes out to bat. Very much into the lower middle order of the DC team now. And signals for the captain to come back into the attack. Impeccable figures of 1 for 9 from Budu. 2 maidens to start with, one of which was a maiden wicket. When he picked up the wicket, the main wicket of the second leading run scorer for the DC Hub, Yashimura, went for 34. And that was a key breakthrough. He felt an outstanding catch to Shiva Hari Prasad at extra cover, diving forward, punched off the back foot. Leaning back was Moria, and charging in and diving forward, Hari Prasad taking an excellent catch to get rid of the dangerous Moria. Budu now. So in making mention of this, Verbatina, he's trying to cut it through the offside off the back foot, as opposed to getting back with a nice high elbow and cover driving it through the gap. He's trying to go for power rather than placement. Budu and Siraj, the leg spinners, can just push you back. The tight line on the off stump. Variations in pace as well. 2 leg spinners just hurrying Verbatina on that occasion. Budu has his mid-off and mid-on. Inside there, just 1 man out on the onside on the boundary at mid-wicket. Letting it go this time. Evidence there of turn on bounce still on this surface in the 37th over. Flatter trajectory, and he is punching off the back foot this time, but can't get through the gap. Have a live wire out to the man out there, Verbatina. This time, cover driving off the back foot, almost the opportunity to beat cover. Looks a better shot, as opposed to this cutting off the back foot, playing a miss outside the off stump. Hurried through to him, kept a little bit low as well, but perhaps because of the pace and trajectory of the delivery from Budu, who completes another Another maiden. 4 maidens. In his 6 overs, 1 for 9, 33 dot balls from 36, one of which went for a 6 down the ground. Sets a high standard for himself. Brendan Boodoo, playing for the Marching Club. Say good afternoon to the director, one of the directors on the Sport TT, Mr. Adrian Ali, from the Best Motors Marching Patriots Club. Going to continue. Sabavarpu out there in the middle. Vikrant hasn't had a lot to do with the bat on tour, with the success of Moria and Rao at the top of the order, as well as Likitalu. So many deliveries we've seen worked into the onside, just one man at mid-wicket to beat. Haven't been able to do it so far. Savavarpu just pointing at the gap, trying to visualize working the ball past mid-wicket. Beats the outside edge. Excellent stuff from young Riley Gangu. Into his 5th over now. $19 dot deliveries on the wicket. Haven't seen the batsmen look to use their feet too much in the innings. Just saw Kaushal just heading down the track just on one occasion. Not a lot of batsmen since then, including Kaushal, have opted to go down the track. There's that shot I've been speaking about, punching it on the back foot. Gets the ball a bit squarer in the direction of cover with that type of shot. Look to go between extra cover and cover, or even between point and cover, as opposed to cutting it past point with a horizontal bat. Your chances of making contact are more likely with a vertical bat, punching it. Just a shot I prefer. And so far, Sabavarpu seems to be thinking along the same lines. Speaking of lines, that one is on the decline. It's a negative gradient to the run rate. That worm just heading in the wrong direction. Boodoo is trying to exert more pressure now. Just 3 fielders on the one side. It's a better shot there. Punching, cover driving off the back foot, engaging extra cover as opposed to point. Want to try now to just pierce that gap that's being widened by Brendan Boodoo, the guile of this leg spinner. He pulls extra cover closer to him to widen the gap, and it's in the gap between extra cover and mid-off. It's heading out toward the boundary, and he's not going to hold that back in, Siraj. He was pulling extra cover closer to him, Brendan Boodoo, and it was hit in the air, piercing the gap between extra cover and mid-off. The captain trying to be proactive and almost working, recognizing where he was going to pitch the next delivery to draw it closer to the batsman. There's the shot I've been looking for. Cover drive off the back foot and gets a single between cover and extra cover. Rotation of strike. So a boundary and a single, putting pressure on the Southeast captain now. This man thrives on pressure. Presentation College captain. And under 17 captain as well. This West Indies under 19 player. Just oozing with talent here, these players at the youth level. Robertina goes to 22. Sabavarpu's on strike now. There's the shot, punching off the back foot, the cover drive. Still can't get the single. Has to try and place it now. End of the Brendan Boodoo over. Boundary in it. 133 for 5 after 39. The man who, he had the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, a man who used to play that shot, much to the admiration of fans worldwide. Brian Charles Lara, cover drive off the back foot. Don't see too many of those anymore in the modern game. And trying to do a repair job now after having lost their captain. Pay out in the middle, just one over 10 runs. Starting to look like the suburbs now. The umpires as well have done an excellent job just keeping the over rate in check. 39 overs gone. Umpires Garvin Lutchman and Rafi Mohammed out there in the middle. Bowling change now. Gobin comes back into the attack. 1 for 16 or 5 he had. Adjustment in the field as well as Riley Gangu's taken out of the attack. 1 for 9 off his 5 overs. Just 3 fielders on the onside for young Gobin. Yeah, 2 full to cut. Verbatina's been trying to play that cut shot without success. Can't penetrate the offside. A few have gone past the outside edge. There is a full slip in place. Just 3 on the onside. Again, he's trying to cut. Please and misses. There's a short third man with that first slip and a backward point. So 3 fielders behind point. 1 at cover, 1 at extra cover, 1 at mid-off. 6-3 field. Very difficult to penetrate that 6 fielders on the offside. Gets it down the ground this time and will get that single. Past the bowler. Not seeing him try to do too much in terms of a change-up, just to perhaps just change his guard. If he's not on a middle, at times he's bat on a middle and off and shuffle across the off stump just to engage and try and get the ball into the onside, into the gaps. What that would do is make the bowler think a little more, put a little bit of pressure on him, force him to change his line. If you just step across to the off stump, you don't need to do it consistently. Perhaps just one occasion, make him do something different. We've seen players do that. Most notably, a Jack Callis would step outside the off stump to tap it into the onside, rotate the strike, make the bowler, force him to change his line. End of the over. That is how things currently stand. 133 for 5. Southeast Zone winning the toss. Brendan Boodoo opting to bowl first. Top score in the innings of 47 from Artava Kaushal. Yash Maria on 34 he made. And Verbatine is not on 23. Anab Rao, over 200 runs on tour so far, fell for 11. 3 consecutive half centuries from him. Leads the aggregate. Quick single and a fumble by Ramnaris at mid-on. Had 1 throw that was responsible for the run-out of Likit Alu, challenging him just at mid-on the opposite end of the ground. Clean pickup and hit the stump out of the ground. And he was run out. This time, breaking the shackles and a big 6 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Sabavarpu is the man, and what a way to get off the mark from him. He's been sitting at the opposite end, absorbing pressure, gets the opportunity, and it's against the captain, Brendan Boodoo, conceding his second six of the innings. Tugged into the onside and carrying all the way. That could very well be just about a 70-meter six, you know. It's a big hit. Playing on the far pitch on the eastern side of the ground and clearing the boundary rope considerably. Asking for that change up, trying to put pressure on the bowlers. Six down the ground. Just the area in cold corner, in fact. The man at deep mid-wicket couldn't get to it. Chipped in the air, over the head of the bowler. And tumbling stop to his right. Excellent work from Christoph Siraj. That could have gone for four. Stuck the right hand out. Charged across from mid-off. That one was hit straight down the ground. And almost in the line of mid-on, but he got there very quickly. Whipped into the onside. More runs here. Couple bounces out to mid-wicket. Gobin is the man out there. And 2 runs to Sabavarpu, who's quickly on to end of the over. Sabavarpu on 7. Verbatino on 25. On 43 for 5. 9 overs to come. We're into the power play, the final power play. $15 runs now in this partnership. Runs here. 1. Gonna come for 2. Captain is after it from first slip. Gets there before Harry Prasad coming around from deep mid-wicket. Supporting the field from Hamid as well as 3 players converged on it. 2 runs to the total. Score starting to tick along now. Yeah, they are going to get a single down the ground. Robertino opting to go down the ground rather than trying to turn it into the onside. He's been unable to beat mid-wicket for singles. Punches it down the ground. Gets to 28. Clearing the front leg and hammering this through the offside. That has raced along the outfield. It's gone for 4 through extra cover. Sabavarpu leaning back, crashing it through the offside. Vikrant is in a no-nonsense mood here. He's on 11. Looking to take the bowling apart, putting the bowlers to the sword now. Have a look at that shot, crashing through the offside. Punch past mid-wicket. Nice high elbow. On drive off the back foot. Pleasing to the eye to get a single. 50 coming up. 150 coming up. 5 wickets down. 151 for 5. A lot of work to do in these last 8 overs. Loud appeal. It's off the pad. Heading down the leg side, says umpire Lachman. 1 ball to come. 28 for Martina. Dot ball to finish the 42nd over. 151 for 5. DC Hub team. Boundaries in blue. 3 sixes. 2 off the bat of Kaushal and 1 from Savavarpu. Boundaries all around the ground. There's that worm just balancing off, stretching out horizontally, starting to make its way back up. Players are just having a little bit of a drink. Take the opportunity to thank ICU Ophthalmics, the one-stop shop for eye care products. Brixia and Dropstar. Dropstar PF as well for dry eyes. Brixia for eye allergies. And DRS ocular vitamins for strengthening those eyes. Want to get your eyes in when you're going out to bat there, Mr. Percy? A couple drops of DRS ocular vitamins into the eyes. Some players just resting the eyes as well. Might want to administer some of the eye drops from ICU Ophthalmics for those dry eyes. You're lacking a little bit of moisture, especially in the dry conditions across Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, you sit in the air conditioner a lot as well, can dry your eyes out. You'd head across to number 2, E-Tech Park at Bilger Road. Check out the folks out there, Mr. Sunil Munasar, continuing to provide support and encouragement to the youth players across the country. Charles is back. Savavarpu gets a single down the ground. Captain bringing in changes now into this final power play, 43rd over. Took himself out of the attack. Sit for a 6 over cow corner from Savavarpu. He's brought back Sion Charles to try and extract a wicket with his in-swingers. 1 for 25 he has now off of his 4.1 overs. A little bit extra bounce as well. Charles has been a top pick as well, the power gen player, some of the T20 leagues across the country. Helped the Southeast team gain victory at the under-19 level. That finals against Central. A couple of weeks ago. This time he gets a single straight to mid-wicket, but he's right back on the 30-yard circle. Julian, and brought into the team. Punched off the back foot to extra cover. Looking for 2. Ritwick is sent back. Clean up poke on the boundary from Harry Prasad. As Hamid just knocked it down at extra cover. This time guided down between backward point and short turn. Man, they're going to get 2. Scoring much more freely now, as you usually find when the fast bowlers come back into the attack. 156 for 5 at the back end of the innings with the older ball. Sion Charles plays for that Power Gen Sports Club, who finished 2nd on the TTCB's Premiership League standings, the National League. Queen's Park Cricket Club. Congrats to them. Champions of this year's Premiership League, the National League. get a single again in that general area. They're going to look for 2. It's not going to be 2. 1 more to the total. So congrats to the 2 teams, Queen's Park Cricket Club. Victorious this year. Power Gen in second. Sion Charles from the Power Gen Club. And Brendan Boodoo from the Best Motors Marching Patriots in 3rd place. Tied on points with Power Gen Sports Club. But the Best Motors Marching placed 3rd in the standings. $157 for 5. Vobaratin on 32. Sabavarpo a bit more adventurous on 14 off of 19. Gobin again. Scoring much more freely now to this back end of the innings. Thrown a round wicket. Looking to go big off the inner portion of the bat out to Harry Prasad at mid-wicket. Just a 1. Most definitely Sabavarpo is looking to go after the bowling. He wants something to bowl at. The leg spinner. Wants a little bit of cushion so he could extract turn and bounce and be adventurous when he gets his turn with the ball. In the air. Tugging it in from outside the off stump. Down on one knee. Looking to innovate now. Serabatina just being inspired perhaps by Sabavarpo at the opposite end. Had a good partnership with Likitalu. The earlier game, Sabavarpo hammers it down the ground. 1 more to the total. He's gone. 6th wicket going down now in the 43rd over, in the 44th over, in fact. Gobin gets another wicket. Experimenting a little bit too much out of character of the innings so far, Verbatina. Trying to reverse paddle sweep around the corner. And a set batsman, he's gotten to 34. Now starting to stroke the ball all along the ground with the change in the bowling, particularly when the medium pacer came on. And trying something a bit different. Lost his wicket out LBW. Says umpire Lachman, he's going to have to make his way off the field. And the opportunity for Drinks to come on the field. And with the score on 161 for 6 in the 45th over. DC Hub trying to rebuild the innings against this Trinidad and Tobago Southeast Zonal team. That's the score here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We'll take a short break and be right back after the drinks break. So, gentlemen, we just want to have a quick briefing with. So, this is Mr. Shivanan. Okay. Coming. Gentlemen, this is Mr. Shivanan Ramuta. So, he is Mr. at the Brian Cricket Academy. He's responsible for the venue, which means he's responsible for each and every one of you before the start of play and after play is completed, until the very last person leaves the compound. And last. Ready to resume after the drinks break. So a bit of an orientation happening before the start of the game. Charles is back. Swinging a miss by Sabavarpo outside the off stump. Victrand has been in a no-nonsense mood since coming out. He's on 16 off of 22. He's already hit 1-6. 1-4. Looking to go after Charles now. It's a long on in place, a deep mid wicket, and fine leg, and a man sweeping on the offside. Long off is inside the ring. Siraj is right on the boundary edge at mid off rather. He's bowled him. Fast bowlers love to see that sight, knocking the off stump out of the ground. Middle stump, in fact, out of the ground. That stump cartwheeling backward. That's why you bring your fast bowlers back into the lineup, reintroduce them back into the attack in the back end of the innings. And a good knock from Sabavarpu comes to an end. Made 16. Aditya Patel, new man coming out to bat, the opening fast bowler. 161 for 7. The new batters out in the middle. Ishant Vairagiwala replaced Sabavarpu. And coming out to the middle now is young Patel. 161 for 7. Just as they were starting to rebuild the innings. Lost another wicket. Charles gets his second. 2 for 30 he has now. Got a wicket off his first ball, caught behind Samanyu Mupala for no score. Very much now into the lower order. The DC HUB team have some work to do. Still, overs remaining. 5 to come after this over. Short delivery. Trying to keep Patel on the back foot. Loud appeal from Charles. He thought he got an outside edge there. Not out, says umpire Mohammed. Beats the outside edge of Aditya Patel. Not a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Tries to throw the stumps down the wicketkeeper. Consecutive appeals from Charles, again digging it in short. Not able to lay any bat on it. So far, Patel clearing the front leg and again can't get any bat onto it. It's a maiden wicket over from Sion Charles. Second over being reintroduced into the attack, replacing Brendan Boodoo, the captain, making the change. And successful impact by Sion Charles. 2 for 30 he has after 6. The score 161 for 7 after 45. So 5 overs to come in the innings. And Charles has 4 more. Justin Ramnarees, he's just bowled a 4. And Justin Hamid 4 as well. 2 more overs remaining from Gobin, who has the ball in his hands. 2 more from the captain as well. 5 overs apiece from Suku Siraj and Gangu. Those are the options remaining for Captain Brendan Boodoo. It's going to be Gobin to continue. Thoughts of a single. Slip back in place. Ramnarees is in slip. A little bit of quicker arm action. It's not going to fly too many deliveries. No long off, no long on. Pressure being put on the field. Everybody inside the ring. Out to the middle. Come for the run this time. Shy at the non-striker's end. Backup is there. Siraj looks like the man backing up, is it? Ramdat. Backing up. Very interesting from Boodoo. Impressive captaincy. New batsman out. Pressure on. 7 wickets down. Both batsmen yet to score. Had all of his fielders in. That has changed now with Patel on strike, the right-hander. Might just be a bit of matchups here. Field is spread. Heads out to long off. There's a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep cover. He's looking to size up his opponents, Brendan Boodoo, as the field now changes around again. And everyone comes back inside the ring. Interesting tactic. Turned into the onside. They're going to go for a quick single. Judging it quite nicely in the end. So managing to still pry out a single with all the fielders coming into the ring. They all disappear out in the distance. 4 of them out now. Headed out to the boundary. It's an appeal from the keeper. Not out, says umpires, but hits back to the bowler. Got a hand onto it, onto the stumps. 46 overs gone. 164 for 7. Just wonder if Brendan Boodoo has been tuning into our novel sports coverage just to study the batsmen. Because immediately for Patel, he dropped everyone back out onto the boundary. And for Vairagiwala, called everyone inside the ring. DC HUB on the 17th has a rest day tomorrow. And then they're off to play Naparima and Percy Samlal Singh on the 19 team on Friday the 3rd. Currently, the under 13 DC team is doing battle against Naparima under 14 team. Scores out there. Naparima 159 for 4 after 30 overs. The end of the innings there. 35 over affair down there at Lewis Street. Charles back into the attack against Vairagiwala. It's down the leg side. And Ishan has nothing to do with that one, leaves it alone. Just thought you might want to have a swing at that ball down the leg side, try to get some bat onto it. There's a man out at fine leg, backward square, almost like a free hit, that ball down the leg side. Decides to just take the wide. Gets enough bat onto it, could get a boundary. Charles gets to re-bowl it. Again, it's down the leg side. This time he takes the advice, swings at it, but doesn't get up as much. Can't lay bat onto it. Just want to thank Mr. Percy Samlal Singh for, of course, every year hosting the DC Hub team 3 years in a row. Gets the opportunity to have his under-14 team get a little bit of match practice against the DC Hub under-13. Pitched up, driven back. Searching for a Yorker on that occasion. Charles, 166 for 7. In the 47th over. Not much batting to come. Hank Benson Flannery. Mohamed Zaid. Wicket-to-wicket bowling here, this time from Charles. It's a young 13-year-old as well by the name of Vayum Goel. He's in the 12-man squad. Not quite sure if he will get to come in and bat ahead of Benson Flannery or Mohamed Zaid. If it does come to that, of course, we will get to see him with his ball in hand, the young 13-year-old. Had a lot of success against Queen's Royal College. First game on Saturday. Short. Pull shot. What did that come off of? Taken by the wicket keeper. Has that come off the glove? He's heading off. It's not the end of the over, so perhaps coming off the glove or top edge of the bat onto glove, off the shoulder, ballooning in the air, and wicket keeper Kali Prasad taking the catch, and he's heading off the field. Didn't see the umpire raise his hand, but he knew the batsman that he was out. The 8th wicket goes down. This is young Vayum Goel. I was wondering if he would get an opportunity to bat. He's making his way out in the middle. A young 13-year-old. Bowled quite well against QRC and was given the new ball after that performance against the Future Stars Cricket Academy at the St. Mary's ground. Making his way out to bat from the Baltimore Royal Sonny Sohail Cricket Academy in Virginia. Has a never say die attitude, the young medium pacer. Took a 5-wicket haul for the DC Hub team tournament in Atlanta. 2025. One for the future. Facing up now against Charles. Outside edge, that'll go close to the boundary, might just make it in as well. And he's off the mark with a 4. Much needed runs by the DC Hub team. Take the total onto 170. Had a go at this one. Full pitch delivery outside the off stump. Got enough bat onto it to take it past the wicket keeper, who just took a catch to bring about the dismissal of Ishan Vairagiwala, who went for 2. Again, with outside the off stump. Drags the length back. Can't get any bat onto it. Pacey delivery there from Sion Charles. One delivery to come now in the 47th over. 170 for 8. Might take the opportunity to try and score another boundary here. Just a one fielder out in the deep at fine leg. Full toss, goes past the off stump. Was past the outside edge as well, says umpire Mohammed. Not out. Charles, just a bit of an inquiry to the umpire. Thought he got an edge, thought he heard an edge on that. Asked the umpire, looks across as his captain as to say, you all didn't hear anything? I heard something. Not out, says the umpire. Rao at the top of the order, the leading run scorer for the DC Hub team here on tour to Trinidad. Just 11 today. No score, Mupala out for the first delivery from Charles. Yash Moraya, second leading run scorer in the aggregate, 34. He added to his tally. And Likitalu was run out from a sharp throw. A good bit of feeling from Justin Ramnares. He was run out for 4. The captain, Kaushal, top scorer for the inning at Tarva. 47 to his name before he was out. The faster delivery from Gangu. Gangu cramped him for room. And a bit of bat onto pad, onto the stumps. He was gone for 47. Verbatina is the next leading scorer. 34 he made. Batted a very long while. The wicketkeeper batsman. Bowling change now. This one lifted in the air, angled into the stumps, high out to Harry Prasad out there in the middle. Is the man out there? As Ramnares is back into the attack. We saw him early on in his spell, looking to deliver in-swinging Yorkers. This one lined on the stumps and whipped into the onside from Patel. Gets a couple. Harry Prasad charging in off the deep mid-wicket boundaries. It just landed. It's a pitching wedge distance away from the bat. Down the ground, in the air. Long on is coming around. Is it Suku out there? And goes down. Going to ground, gets a life. Was late to come in. Judging the catch, take a second to judge it. And of course, the midday sun as well. As we approach 1 o'clock here, that sun might have been directly overhead, trying to pick it out of the sky. There's a bit of cloud cover as well, but the sun piercing through. Just a run, comes up in the ring for Goyal on strike. Chipping it on the onside, gets a single. Good work from the young man. Rotating the strike. And again, this one, wicket-to-wicket bowling from Ramnares. Patel on strike, and yes, just wondering if Suku is going to make his way back out to the boundary. He is retreating from mid-on, going a little bit wider on this occasion. Long off is also not all the way out on the boundaries. There's a man that's sweeping on the deep extra cover. Chipped in the air. Over the head of Ramnares. Patel goes for 1. He's going to want 2. He's not going to get it. Throw comes in. Julian, the man out there racing in, preventing a second. Just chipped in the air over the bowler. Suku comes back into the ring at mid-on. Goyal on strike. And it's hit in the air, out to Suku. To his right. Doesn't quite get to him. That one chipped in the air just over the captain, who's also at mid-wicket. Patel on strike this time. Keeps it outside the off stump. A dot delivery, no run. 176 for 8. 2 overs to come in the innings. Patel on 5. Well on 6. Wickets falling at the back end of the innings. Just a 1 over 10 runs. A lot of flat buildings in between. A few maidens as well in the innings. It's been a tight bowling performance from the Southeast team. Bowlers with overs remaining. Charles, 7 overs. Still, he's going to continue on. 3 wickets to his name. Why wouldn't he? 1 maiden, 3 for 36. There is 5 overs, none for 23. A lot of options remaining for Captain Boodoo to select from his bowlers. Be the final over from Charles though. Past the wicketkeeper, he got a glove on it. Wait for the signal. He has buys from the umpire. He didn't get any bat on it. Late swing on that occasion from Sion Charles and dipping as well. Keeper couldn't gather. 1 run to the total, 177 for 8. Charles just counting out his fielders with Boodoo, just ensuring everyone that needs to be in the ring is in the ring. He's going to make an adjustment. He's sending Siraj right on the 30-yard at mid-wicket. Beats the outside edge and he's gone. Fine edge. Charles not even appealing on this occasion because he was so confident that it got the edge. Fine edge through to the keeper. Had a couple of appeals previously and Patel knew he nicked it on this occasion and was heading off. So another wicket goes down now. Charles gets another wicket. Nine for 177. Hank Benson Flannery. Is the man or it's Mohammed Zaid making his way out to the middle? Second delivery of the over. Sion Charles gets Patel out, caught behind for 5. Not quite the score they would have envisaged at the start of the innings. Losing the big wicket of Rao for 11. Mupala for no score. Had to rebuild and then the run out didn't help as well in that middle overs. Just steadily losing wickets along the way. Last wicket now. Mohammed Zaid, the youngster, out in the middle. Please for the Bowie Bulldogs. Just the one player from the Bowie Bulldogs team in this lineup. The off spinner. Just 15 years of age from Maryland. Sharp rising delivery. Followed the batsman as well. From Charles, looking to get another wicket, looking for a 5-wicket haul here. Sion Charles, man from Power Gen. Short lifting, that's a good sharp delivery. The cross now at the Presentation College, San Fernando. Youngster, formerly from the St. Stephen's College in South. Looking to wrap up things here. Guided quite nicely from Mohammed Zaid. Get off the mark. Confident looking stroke from the young man. Followed the ball across, kept his eyes on it. Charles has a word of him as well. Perhaps appreciating the young man's shot after trying to ruffle his feathers with a short rising delivery. Safest way to play Charles is from the non-striker's end. Last few deliveries, searching for his 5th wicket. Goel on strike. Backing away off the outside edge. Charles asking Suku to come in and take the catch, but that was landing well in front of him. Beseeching him once that 5th wicket off of his final delivery of the innings. Backing away, clearing the front leg. Got a boundary off the outside edge of Charles. It's not even a half chance. Landing well in front of him. Suku on the boundary and just a single. Badly wanting 5 wickets. He'll finish with 4 wickets for 38. Off of his 8 overs, 32 dot balls and 1 maiden. 9 wides and 1 no ball early on in the piece, overstepping. Justin Ramnarees is going to finish off the innings. Final over 179 for 9. Very consistent with that delivery wide outside the off stump. You're not going to lay bat on it if you don't step across. But young Goel has shown so far. Just runs off the outside edge. Do count. Extra bounce as well. This time he gets bats on it and hammers it down the ground. That will go for 4. Young Goel stand and deliver a shot. We could see why he was sent into bat. Clears the front leg. And got all of that smashed down the ground. Telling Captain Bood it's dangerous not having a long off and long on for me. No outside edge in that. Bang off the middle of the bat. 183 for 9. Can they get up to 190? Excellent work from the bowlers early on. Restricting them. In the air this time. Diving forward. Landing in front. Just in front of him. Can't take the catch. Just in the fingertips. But that is some incredible athleticism shown. Diving away. One run to the total. Taking that one on shy at the non-strikers, and he hits the umpire, who's not enjoying that at all. The wicketkeeper ran around. There was an appeal. And trying to throw the stumps down, the umpire was stepping away and struck on the knee by the wicketkeeper, Kali Prasad. Racing around, picking up. Struck the umpire on the knee. He's not happy at all. Still favoring that leg, the umpire. Play and a miss from Zahid, just swinging away, just hanging the ball outside the off stump. The umpire gingerly steps away. The ball was in the hand of the wicketkeeper, not taking any chances. Umpire Lachman just stepping away from behind the stumps with the ball in Kali Prasad's hand. Final delivery of the innings to come. On the line of the stump, it's not going to be the final delivery of the innings. Previous deliveries, nice line and length outside the off stump. Tries to go after the stumps this time and angles it down the leg side. Just pushing it down the leg side. Ramnaresh extending the innings by one delivery. We'll see. 185 for 9. They're going to run. And throw at the stumps. And misses. That will bring a conclusion to the innings. The DC Hub team being sent into bat by captain of the Southwest team. Finish on 186 for 9. Southeast under 17 team doing battle here with the DC Hub team. Being inserted on a brow. Went for 11. Bupala off the first ball of the innings. Peg back, no score. He went. Yash Morea, 34. Likitalu, 4. Captain Artava Kaushal in the runs this time, getting the opportunity to face a lot of deliveries and a lot of overs with the loss of those early wickets. Made 47, top score of the innings. And Verbatina, Rick Vick, the wicketkeeper batsman, getting to 34, batted a long time for 83 deliveries in partnership with the captain, who also faced 73 deliveries. Difficult scoring in the middle overs. And Sabavarpu came and smashed a couple boundaries and a 6 as well off of the captain, Brendan Budu. He made 16. And Vairagiwala, 2 to him. Patels hit 5 and not out. Batsman Fayum Goyal for 12 and Mohammad Zaid 2. 19 extras in this total. And 4 wickets to the opening bowler from Power Gen. Southeast Zone team. And good work from him. 8 overs, 4 for 38. Helped the teams win as well. The under-19, the Southeast Zone in this year's Interzone tournament. None for 32 for Justin Ramnaresh off of his 6. Justin Hamid, none for 18 off of 4. And Ganesh Gobin, 2 for 32 off of his 9 overs. Quite economical as well. 2 maidens from the captain, 4 maidens in fact from the captain, one of which was a maiden wicket. His 8 overs, 1 for 23. 5 overs from Suku, Josiah Suku, none for 14, none for 18 for Christoph Siraj, the man from the UTT. None for 18. 5 overs from Riley Gangu from Asja. He will be enjoying his promotion to the Premiership level in the Secondary Schools League. 1 for 19. Continues on with his good form. 1 maiden from him. The fall of wickets there. Steady fall of wickets throughout the innings. And eventually the last wicket getting the total to 186 for 9 in 50 overs, 19 extras. And in the innings break, just about 25 minutes time, you could rejoin our broadcast here on Novel Sports, bringing you live coverage of the DC Hub Tour to Trinidad as they take on the Trinidad and Tobago Southeast under 17 team. And summary of proceedings so far. We'll break for lunch and be right back with more commentary and more live coverage here on Novel Sports. Welcome back for this encounter between the DC Hub under 17 and the TTCB's Southeast Zone under 17 team. Runs on the board. There'll be 4 of them badly lined down the leg side from Patel. Starting off with a boundary. Set a target of 187 for victory. DC Hub losing 9 wickets, getting to that total. Opening batters out there, Jordan Julian at the top of the order, and Samir Ramdat is out there as well with him. We're here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for this 50-over game. The DC Hub under-17 team on tour to Trinidad. Rest day tomorrow for them, so they'll want to go hard today to try and restrict the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board Southeast team from chasing this total down. 4th game of the tour for the DC team. Rest day tomorrow for them. And then they head across to Naparima College to take on the under-19 team. And they'll finish up on Saturday at the Brian Lara Recreational Ground in Santa Cruz against the North Zone under-17 team. Currently, the under-13 team on tour as well, doing battle against Naparima under-14. Scored 159 for 4 in their 30 overs, Naparima. Finishing 205 for 4, Naparima College. 40 overs. Punched into the onside. Halfway down the track at the non-striker's end. Took a while to get her wrong and get the throw in. Mohamed Zaid out there at cover. In fact, looks like Vairagiwala out there at cover, the left-hander. Patel again, first over of the run chase, lifted over mid-wicket, it'll go. Payum is giving chase. Young Goyal does the pickup, and 2 runs to the total. Yash Moria with the gloves on this occasion, sharing duties with Ritvik Verbatina, wicket-keeping duties. They've been alternating throughout the tour. 2 accomplished wicket-keeping batsmen in this lineup for the DC Hub. Short and pulled again. This time, there's no bother giving chase because that has gone into the boundary all the way. Wait for the signal. It has umpire Rafi Mohammed indicating that that has carried all the way across the 60-yard boundary and heading across Pakistan here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Latching on to that, young Jordan Julian from the Naparima College. The club Sando player, no doubt his college mates and his teammates across the club Sando would have enjoyed that shot from the young lad, just rocking back onto the back foot and hammering it over the head of mid-wicket. Young Sajid Abraham in that Naparima total of 205 and 5, smashing 100. 109 of just 107 deliveries. Guiding it this time. Can't get a run. Litika Lu is there at backward point. Quite sharp in the field, situated at backward point, the left-hander. Seen him, the left-hander. He throws that one with his left hand, but we've seen him throw the balls in with his right hand as well. End of the over. 12 runs in that first over with that 6 off the short delivery from Patel. Not quite the start the DC Hub would have wanted. And it's going to be, yes it is, Ishan Vairagiwala with the ball, the left-hander. It's going to be bowling to the left-handed Samir Ramdat. Samir also from the UTT team, under the watchful eyes of Mr. Anthony Gray. Plays for the Southeast Hurricanes as well. Southeast Hurricanes under Southeast Hurricane were in that Chris Singh Cricket Academy Cricket League early on in the year. Southeast Hurricane lost in the finals to Presal Valley Boys. There's that swing, an appeal from Morea behind the stumps. Not out, says the umpire. Gets that ball to swing away, that banana shape. By Ragiwala. He gets that Yorker link in swinger to right-handers and pitched up fully again, but the left-hander on strike goes just under the bat, getting that ball to shape away. 2 slips in place. Out of the Baltimore Royal Sunny Sohail Cricket Academy. Ishan, young budding aerospace engineer. Starting it a bit too far down the leg side. Patel is down there at long on. Just a single. Quite likes the bowling of Mitchell Stark, and you could see it as well in his bowling, getting that ball to swing into right-handers, delivering some toe-crushing Yorkers. Did one against Sadafalt against the Queen's Park on the 17th team. Struck him on the boot, and they couldn't take off for the single and ran out his non-striking partner was backing up too much, calling for what would have been a easy single. Was run out at the non-striker's end. Get that in-swinging Yorker right on your boot. Was asking a lot to take off for a quick single after that. Sadafalt couldn't respond. Went on to top score in that innings, 48, not out, 48 in fact I believe he made in that Queen's Park game. Pleasant looking cover drive. No run. Artava, the captain, is in the way. He's taken a couple catches at that extra cover position. In particular to Vayum Goel, who was bowling at the time. Just hanging that ball in the air, Goel, and players just playing a bit too early and the bottom hand taking over, just popping up a cotton ball and a catch to Kaushal at that extra cover position. Cracked away uppishly, using the bounce on that occasion. Julian, man out there, Patel, a third man, went over the head of the second slip. Got down there rather quickly on the bounce to Patel. Striking over a runner ball is Julian, has 13 of the 14 runs on the board. Bit of a fumble there at second slip and gets the opportunity to rotate the strike as the over comes standing. 2 overs gone 15 without loss. One landing just in front of the second slip. Special thanks to ICU Ophthalmics, the one-stop shop for eye care products. They're located at number 2 E-Tech Business Park, Bilger Road in Shogunas for all your eye care needs. Drop star PF and drop star for dry eyes. And of course, you can get your ocular vitamins as well from them, as well as surgical equipment. Patel continuing. Young Vairagiwala is accompanied by his dad Brijesh here on the store. And Rushan Rao has two kids here on tour, one of the under 13, Mihir. Short and lifted into the onside. And that has gone again all the way. He's quick to fetch anything short of a length. And short is young Jordan Julian. Latching onto it very quickly indeed. He's quite liking the tri-party stand. That one has gone all the way across, banging into the wall in the party area. He's having a time out there in the middle. Jordan Julian. Quickly on to 19. And if he stays there for a while, this total will just start to look even smaller. Chasing now 186 for victory. 87, the target, 187. We've seen a field change now. Man is out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Pitches it up this time. 5-4 field, Alud gives chase. There's that right-handed throw from the left-hander. Just favors throwing it from the right hand. Very interesting. Bowls left-handed. Tumbling dive with his left hand. Puts it in the right hand. Picks it up with the left. Puts it in the right hand to take the throw. To get the throw on the way. Started off as a left-arm medium pacer. And he just lost the run-up because I'm seeing him bowl his off spin and it's very fast. Driving. Can't get past the... Is it the captain out there? No. Rao, it looks like there at cover. The elder son of Mr. Roshan Rao, young Arnab, leading run scorer so far in the aggregates column on the DC Tour. Just about 245 or 220 plus the 11 today. That's gone for 4. It's past the man in question that we're discussing, Mr. Rao at cover, and sped along the outfield. Punched off the bat foot. There's that back foot cover drive I've been speaking about. Gets it past cover. Piece on offer here from Patel. Bisecting the gap between cover and Alu at backward point. No chance. He's dealing in boundaries here. Julian quickly on to 25 off of 12. Ramdat at the opposite end on 3 off of 5. Current run rate 9.88. Drops it down. Turning down the single is Ramdat at the non-striker's end. Julian was eager to come for it, but that man Rao again is in the frame. And in the way, the over comes stand in. 28 for no loss after 3. And both Arnab and Mihir on the leaderboard, top of the leaderboard, the under 13 and under 17 teams respectively for the DC Hub. Yash Morai, he is not too far behind. It's over 160, close to 170 runs in total so far on the tour. This is their 4th game. Rest day tomorrow. And rest day for the DC and the 17 teams means that they're off to Makreep on a hike to the tower. And then they'll be at the beach in Makreep. Then a journey down to the, have they gone to the St. Benedict's? Gone to St. Benedict's as well. Had lunch at Passage to Asia. Say good afternoon to Mr. Raj there at Passage to Asia. We just have to bring him on board, Dwayne. Passage to Asia to join us here in the Novel Sports team. Players and the parents thoroughly enjoyed their lunch at Passage to Asia. Felt right at home. Endless supply of naan. Pitched up uppishly and diving away to his left. Is it Alu there? Leaping in the air. It's gone for 4. Went past him in a flash. No, it's not Alu, it's Samanyu Mupala there at backward point. Almost getting a hand to it. This pizza into the attack, Hank Benson Flannery. He again will enjoy this pitch, the ball on this pitch here, this young man. Quite sharp. Vairagiwala has been withdrawn from the attack. Quite like the look of this young man. I want to describe him as express pace. Biting that outside edge, creating a half chance. Mupala there at first slip. He's been at first slip for the fast bowlers, Samanyu. It's a little bit deep. Good work from the bowler on his follow through. He looked quite sharp in his first game against Queen's Royal College, but a little bit wayward, perhaps a little bit jaded from the long flight out of JFK, landing and getting into the airport well after 11 in the night, and up very early at 6 a.m. to have that Hilton breakfast and get on the bus to head across to the ground. I keep repeating on this tour about the Hilton breakfast because very soon we may not be hearing about the Hilton breakfast anymore. Not quite sure what is going on with the hotel. Looking for a new owner. Very much a historical landmark unofficially in Trinidad. Lifted in the air, and it's cleared Vairagiwala, and that'll go into the boundary for 4. Over the head of mid-off. And Ramdat now getting into the action. 32 without loss. He moves on to 11 now, trying to play catch-up to Julian. And this proving to be by far the most intense competitor on tour so far for the DC Hub. Again, squeeze through the gap, down to Voyala, 3rd man. The end of the Hank Benson Flannery over. 9 runs in it, 2 fours. Took a little while to settle down, but at the St. Mary's College ground against the future Cricket Stars Academy. It was billed as a USA versus Canada battle. And he looked quite sharp, testing out the middle of the pitch. produced a good spell of bowling. Picked up a couple wickets, I do believe. Benson Flannery. This is the reason for the change. Vairagiwala wants to bowl with the wind coming across his left shoulder to just aid in that movement away from Julian. Just a one slip though. I'd be encouraged to put a second slip in. That's a slip on a gully. Might just want to take away the fine leg, put a second slip in, just to exploit whatever movement is out there with this new ball, just before the ball stops swinging as well in the early overs. 4 overs gone. Just take that man out of fine leg. Wow. There's that movement. Dreaming into the shot and leaving the batsman totally bemused. Not just the batsman out in the middle, but some of us here in the com box as well. He wants to put some measurement instruments on the youngster, Dwayne Lal, get his analytics going across there at Novel Sports. Doesn't have a lot of time to do it. There's a rest day on Thursday. You could call him in. A little bit straighter on this occasion. And that's why I just want to put that second slip in. 37 for 1. I want to try and get an early wicket here. They're after a flyer. Run rate over 8. Even take the third man out, or leave the third man in, put the second slip in, take out the fine leg. I can't see the ball getting down to fine leg if he holds that off stump line. And of course, having said that, he'll probably play it down to fine leg now. He's starting a little bit straighter. Comes through for a quick single. Goyal has a shy at the stumps, but they're safely home. He's been very energetic in the field so far, Goyal. Very impressive young man. There is an under-13 team on tour, but this 13-year-old is on the under-17 team. It bodes well for the development of the players back in the US when they do come on tour. You want to add a couple younger players with potential just to give them that exposure on tour when they go back, and then in 5 years' time, they'll be a completely different person on the field and off the field. Kancham Chotu certainly has an eye for talent at a young age, dealing with over 1,000 young players. It's a loud appeal. It's a bit too high. Have some fans here just raising the finger. It's a bit too high. 38 for 1. But that's the shape, starting it just fractionally outside the off stump and getting it to swing back in. 1 slip in place, and just 3 on the onside. I've always been very wary of a bowler swinging into a right-hander, and just 3 fielders on the onside. I want to get a second mid-wicket in. 1 straight and 1 square. And Alu is going to give chase. Benson Flannery instead does the fielding, coming from third man. End of the over. Good testing over there from Vairagiwala. 39 without loss after 5. So we have a look at the Manhattan in comparison, and already in the ascendancy is the southeast zone. Benson Flannery is going to resume. Hit for one spin place. That's a good delivery. Bang on target. Coming forward is Julian. Julian's main scoring areas have been off of short deliveries that have been pulled away on the onside. Couple sixes. Punched off the back foot. That's a good looking shot and misfielded at cover. Might be Mohamed Zaid there. And it goes for 4. Got in a bit of a tangle trying to get around. Nice punch off the back foot. There's that cover drive. There's that cover drive, Percy Samlal Singh. Nice high elbow, pouring it off the back foot. And look at where it goes. It goes to cover as opposed to cutting it, trying to cut it as we saw in the first innings to get past point. High up on the toes, up on his tippy toes. Gets a boundary for his effort. Moves on to 30. Go for 43 without loss now. Down the leg side. A little bit of inward movement as well, and then the angle just taking it further down the leg side. 32 deliveries in the innings, 43 runs on the board, run rate 8.25. Again up on his toes, punching it through the covers. And that's the advantage of playing a cover drive off the back foot. You can get it in front of point and get it through extra cover and the cover. It goes away for 4, as opposed to trying to cut it with a horizontal bat. The odds are in your favor with the vertical bat, and showing that example to perfection. Jordan Julian, back-to-back boundaries for him. Quickly on to 48 now without loss. Man out of deep extra cover now. And he's driven, didn't get all of that this time. Trying to punch it back past the bowler. Couple deliveries straight from Benson Flannery, wicket to wicket. Trying to go down the ground. Again, for the second time, Benson Flannery does the fielding. Uppishly leaning on it, comes for a quick single. Tumbling to his left. Can't prevent it. That Likita Lou out there. Mid-off. Throwing with the right hand. You know, you try to discern certain fielders and their traits on the field, and he will just leave you fully astounded. When he comes on to bowl later on, just bowl some darts. Wouldn't be surprised if one of his favorite players is Ravindra Jadeja. Similar style bowling action. Outer portion of the bat. Gets a single to backward point. Young Mohamed Zaid. The off-spin bowler has a quite unique bowling action, Mohamed Zaid. Vayum Goyal is warming up. May or may not be under instructions. Might be on next, not too sure. Here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Who wouldn't want to bowl here at this facility? Just perhaps sending a message to the captain. I need to be on, skipper. I want to be charging in with the BC Lara 375, 400 and 501 in the background in the seating. 30 years from now, I can tell my kids, played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and picked up a fifer. Picked up 3 wickets in that game against Queen's Royal College in Port of Spain, one of the magnificent 7 at that institution. The college, not the player, just yet. It's a good delivery. Holding that line, Vairagiwala. Using a new ball from either end, so this ball is just 3 overs old. Hand-picked by Vairagiwala and Patel, the 2 opening fast bowlers. Dipped into the box, picked the one with the largest seam. It's been quite impressive on tour. Quick single with the left hand this time, Lakita Luga, and it's overthrows. Throw has gone wide. Goyal gets the throw in this time to the non-striker's end. No one's backing up. At the stumps, there is backup from the responsible Artava. Coming around from extra cover. Goyal giving the chase from the overthrow. In his defense, Vairagiwala was telling him, just hold up with the throw. He wasn't back at the stumps. Field switching over. Alu threw with his left hand then. And it went wide. Should he stick to the right hand? Have a look at this high arm action from the bowler. Delivering from the very top with the maximum height as possible. Beats the inside edge this time, getting it to swing back in. Just as we're looking to examine him closely in his action, he produces a Jaffa. Nice high arm action. Excellent follow through as well. Show that from Ramnaresh as well. An excellent wrist position from him. And pace from Sion Charles as well for the Southeast team. Bustling approach in. Playing a miss outside the off stump. He's getting some movement. This one a little bit too wide outside the off stump. Julian trying to jab down on it. .53 without loss. Dragging the run rate now just back to under 8. Samanu has a word with Yash behind the stumps. Telling him it's coming. There's the toe crusher. That's a delivery Mitchell Stark will be proud of. In swinging York and very well handled from Julian. Certainly has his eye in. Probably took some of those drop star eye drops before the start of the game. Supplied by ICU Ophthalmics. For all your eye care needs. Kept his eyes on that one. Young Julian dug it out. Batting quite well so far, the youngster. Nice looking drive. And that ball is shaping in, and he's got his left pad out to the pitch of the delivery, following the line of the delivery and coming down with the bat. Nice high elbow, held well over the ball. As proper as a technique you can get. End of 7 overs, 53 without loss. Good cricket on show here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Sprinkling of spectators here. No doubt more fans might just come in after work. School is out. It's the Easter vacation here in Trinidad and Tobago. And Naparima under 14 is taking on the DC under 13 team just a stone throws away in Lewis Street in San Fernando. The home of Novel Sports here. Mr. Dwayne Lal on production to my left. Percy Samlal Singh on my right, doing everything else. Scoring, providing all the graphics. As well as someone for me to talk to. And of course our cameraman all the way on the yonder, young Gibran Lal, giving us some excellent footage including that camera angle. This young Vayum Goyal into the attack. He was warming up to come on. His strength for now is just a consistency of line and length, not quite a driving length, and holds that line on a fourth stump line, trying to draw the batsman into a drive with the bottom hand taking over to pop a catch either back to him or to the captain at extra cover. Get a little bit of movement there as well. He signaled wide. It was swinging away. And signaled wide by the umpire. Just swinging past the tram lines. Have to reload. 54 without loss. There's the line we're speaking about, and there's extra cover and a shy at the non-strikers in. Backing up a bit too far. Eager to get on to strike Julian, sent back by Ramdat, and rightly so. One stump to aim at by the captain. Just missing. There's the line, there's the length. Drawing the batsman into a false shot. Trying to go against the line of delivery to tug it into the onside. He's trying to find that gap on the onside with just 3 fielders. But this change in pace from what he's seen from Benson Flannery and Vairagiwala has to recognize that it's a bit slower, more consistent line and length, not quite the driving length. It's nice steady approach to the stumps. Off the outer portion of the bat, and Mohamed Zaid at backward point makes a meal of it. He's not having a good day, the young man. It's gone for 4. Not for the first time, just through the man and into the boundary for 4. 58 without loss. We're in the 8th over. And the second weapon you have to see from Grial, apart from his consistent line and length, is dot deliveries. And with that pressure that he builds, with those dot deliveries, can pick up a wicket. So he'd not be too happy that that one went for 4. It's all part of the game. Tries again. Down the leg side. Shouldn't let that disturb him. Put that to the back of his mind and get on with the task at hand. Much like in golf, you don't think about your last shot, you think about your next shot. Two wides in the over. There's the length, back to that line and length. A half appeal. Is turning around to ask a polite question from umpire Lachman. Not out, says the umpire. It's not really getting that right part across outside the line of the off stump. A long reach around that. Needs to get that right leg across to the line of the delivery outside the off stump. Much like that. Gets bat on it. Side does the feeling and tosses it in left arm. The right arm off break bowler. Coach on the boundary edge. Bridges Vairagiwala alongside Kaushal Rahman. Men in charge of the team here. Alongside us up here in the commentary, Mr. Roshan Rao and Mr. Gagan Goel as well. Assistant coach, assistant manager, and scorer. Not just parents. Coaches. chief cook and bottle washer as well. And of course, with teams on tour, you do need all the parents to provide whatever assistance looking after these gentlemen on the line of the pads. Gets outside the line of the off stump on this occasion. Gonna get a leg by, is it? Keeper does, in fact, he gets some glove onto it. Stepped across the stumps, trying to negate the swing. And ended up outside the off stump, too far across. But you can see that the batsman is trying to work it out. He's thinking because he's trying to counter the movement. There was a bit of a coaching clinic here during the luncheon interval. One of the strategies to counter the swinging deliveries, one is either bat outside your crease or to counter the bowling. Just try to step across outside the off stump. Julian on strike. Gets that shape in. It's natural delivery. Very Ragiwala. Start on the boundary edge, Mr. Brijesh. And at this level, we were speaking in the previous games, you want at least 4 deliveries, consistent line and length. Perhaps one change-up looking to prize out the wicket, try to build some pressure with some dot balls. Wide, and that exaggerated movement heading down the leg side. Continues to impress those who look at him. Looking on live here on the stream at Novel Sports. Times you're staring at your screen so often, you just need a little bit of that drop star eye drops for those dry eyes. Trevon, that's a glorious shot. Did that go one bounce into the boundary for 4? Down on one knee and crashing it over the top. Given width on this occasion and lifted over the offside. 39 now to Julian. And young Jordan Julian is playing a gem. Could have held that pose a little bit longer. Get it out there in the press, in the print media. That was a glorious shot. 66 without loss. Just pushing it a little bit wider, trying to get one as a change-up to go across him, and it went too wide. Vairagiwala returns to that wicket to wicket. Oh, almost taking out the bowler, Patel. He's throwing at the wicket-keeper's end. Could have had a shy at the non-striker's end. Particularly with Vairagiwala in the way. Just ducking for cover. Almost every over now getting a boundary in the first power play. Pleasantly driven, just leaning on it, timing it to perfection. Driven a square drive on the offside, past the cover and the point, and into the boundary for 4. Just caressing it and timing it through the offside. He is figuring out how to counter the swing bowling, and he has been moving across to outside the off stump in anticipation of that ball swinging away from him. And perhaps batting one step out the crease as well to negate the spin, the swing, and the long reach of Ramdat. Putting that one away. He moves on to 27 off of 26 deliveries now. Striking better than a runner ball. And down on one knee, helping himself, lifting it on into the onside. And it gets into the boundary for 4. Just 2 fielders on the onside. But badly lined delivery on the pads. I was suggesting earlier on that they could take the fine leg away. Just 2 on the onside and just pack the offside a little more with that movement. But you have to consider as well, he's batting on an off stump. Ramdat. and fetching that one from outside the off stump onto the pads and putting it over mid-wicket for 4. So he's counteracting the fielding changes as well as the strategy from Vairagiwala, who's gone for 3 4s in that over. 23 runs he's conceded. And the red worm, no match for the blue worm. Like the oil prices, they continue to rise. Julian from the club Sandu. And Samir Ramdad from the Southeast Hurricanes. Goyal with the new over. Still a slip in place. 3 on the onside. 1 man sweeping a deep extra cover. Ritmik Varabatina is the man who is not on the field. Rao does the fielding at mid-wicket, and trouble here. Decided to throw to the non-strikers, and they're going to get an overthrow now. There was a call for a run, and then they changed their mind. In fact, Julian, it was who changed his mind because he saw that Rao was in the way and almost stranded down. Was Ramdat halfway down the pitch. Rao decided to throw, and rightly so, at the non-strikers end. Had he hit it, would have been out. Comes run overthrow. Wales switching to round the wicket for the left-hander. And looking better, innings that goes on, stroking it nicely up to cover on the boundary row. .77 without loss. Very much on top of things here, the Southeast team. And what in to come. With the air. Benson Flannery, the man chase. Fires the turn in at the non-strikers end. Benson Flannery, the one player from the Soca Club, the Super Over Cricket Academy. Peter, nice. That's the length we've been speaking about. Not quite sure the batsman if to go forward or play back. Caught in 2 minds there, Julian. Not much has defeated him, and that one certainly did. Too close to cut, a little bit of inward movement with the angle of the bowler, trying to cut it off the back foot as opposed to the back foot cover drive. Beaten off the inside edge. Luckily, didn't get anything on it. He is driving this time. A man out there in the deep, can't stop it. Goes to his right, a deep extra cover. Sabavarapur couldn't get around in time. It was played with too much power, in fact. And he's going in the air, but he's getting that left leg out and throwing the bat at it, keeping his eyes on it, well in control. No chance for the man out there, deep extra cover. Wasn't too far from him. And it's gone all the way, almost into the stands, the 501 seating. Continues to be in the ascendancy. Southeast team. It's the end of the Goyal over. Brian Charles Lara, now in the food business as well. Has a restaurant at the Millennium golf course in Trin City. The local Mr. Cricket now is almost everywhere. Maybe across at the IPL taking place in India right now, Mr. Lara. Did participate in the Trinidad and Tobago Golf Open. Of course, wherever he is on a golf course, you expect to see Russell Latipi right behind. Both participated in that Trinidad and Tobago Golf Open at the St. Andrews Golf Course. Of course, if you want to see highlights of that, you can just access the Novel Sports YouTube stream. Have a look at 165 players participated in the Trinidad and Tobago Open. 65 foreigners, regionally and internationally. It's going to be a bowling change here. The leg spinner of Savavarpu is going to come into the attack, bowling from the media center end in the north end of the stand. Picked up a couple wickets against the Queen's Park team and enjoyed bowling on that surface there. He's going to like bowling on this one as well. There is some turn on offer. Nice pace and bounce. Been a nice surface here, both for batting and bowling. So 411 runs scored yesterday by the under-13s on this surface. Thinking about pulling that Ramdat, changing his mind, just taps it back to the bowler. Admonishes himself, thought he could have had enough time to turn it into the onside. This time he whips it into the onside. The man is out there coming around Benson Flannery, and he's going to fire this throw in and limit the batsman to 1 run. Very accurate as well. Right into the arms of Yash Morai. Decides to come over the wicket for the right-handed Julian, who's on 47. One slip in place, a point, a sweeper, cover, extra cover, in a little bit close there, Mohammad Zaid at extra cover. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Under mid-wicket in the ring. Gets it out to Rao, sweeping on the offside. See that ball in the air. Just dancing through the air from the leg spinner. A little bit of wobble in the air with the amount of revolutions he's imparting on the ball. Into the left-hander now. Wants to start this fractionally outside the off stump. Get it a little bit fuller. Again, he's short. Started off a little bit too short in the previous 2 matches. Needs to draw the batsman on the front foot. Wide. That amount of spin that he's getting there. You want to start that on a 4th stump line, but you've got to be fuller than that. Try and go between bat and pad. He's got to get the ball up there. It's been far too short. 1 delivery to come in the over. Short again, but a little bit better on this occasion. He's trying to correct the line, worked on the length. 86 without loss after 11. And Julian eyeing up a half century, on 48 off of just 33 deliveries. And Ramdat, not too far behind, he's on 33 off of 37 deliveries. Brixia and Drop Star products available at ICU Ophthalmics. Located in the industrial estate in Shogunas on Bilger Road, better known as the E-Tech Business Park, just behind the fire station if you're looking at it from the highway. If If you have that burning sensation in your eyes, just head across to them. Get some of that drop star PF for those dry eyes. Eyeing up a victory here is the Southeast team. They're in a healthy position. 86 without loss after just 11 overs. Goel is continuing. 15 runs conceded. It's a good line, good length as well. Kind of get the ball just to move off the seam, both in and out. Julian on 48. Short, cracked away. Protection out there, Sabavarpu. Made a nice song off the bat. Thought about a second, but good work to his left from Sabavarpu out there in the deep. Got around quite quickly, got the throw off, kept them to 1. Change up in the field now. 3 fielders out in the deep. Past the first power play. In fact, Lakita Lu is going to come up from long on and they're going to drop back Sabavarpu back out onto the boundary, this time on the onside. Deep mid wicket. So there's a sweep on the off and a long off. More work for Sabavarpu. And in fact, they're going to get 2 because he was slow to come off because he thought for a moment. Looks like Mupala was chasing it down. He thought he'd get there before him. And the batsman with that indecision come back for 2. You always want to have the man running in, do the fielding in situations like that. So he doesn't have to turn around to throw. Mupala having to slow up to get the throw off. That's what we've been speaking about. Loud appeal from the bowler and the keeper. And they were convinced that they heard something, that there was an edge. Half appeal from the captain at extra cover as well. But more so from the keeper and the bowler. And that remains on 35. Driven. Bit of sloppy work there from Patel at backward point. They get 1. Rao does the cleaning up. They're going to come for 2. It's just down to his left. He's looking at his finger. Got a hand to it clearly. Couldn't stop it. End of the over. 91 without loss after 12. And with that single, that will bring up the 50. Excellent 50 from the young man, Jordan Julian. 6 fours and 2 sixes with a strike rate of over 130. Puts his team in the ascendancy, 92 without loss. And an exceptional innings here from the young man. Boundaries to all parts of the ground. Hit a couple sixes as well over mid-wicket. Boundaries through the offside and the onside. .92 without loss. 12.2 overs. Excellent half century and right on cue. The president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board joins us here in the comm box, just as Jordan Julian brings up his half century. An outstanding innings from the young man. And what a place to get it as well. Ramdat, in the meantime, continues to build his innings, goes on to 38. And what a better place to get your half century. Not just at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, but in front of the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board as well. Joined by Mr. Ravi Tilak as well. 94 without loss. Dot delivery, Sabavarpu. Working hard, toiling away. 2 overs for 6 runs. 94 without loss. 50 not out to Julian off of 37. Ramdat on 39. Very much in the lead. And a healthy separation between the red room and the blue room. Excellent opening partnership as well. Have a look at the bowling card. Expensive overs in there. Just Sabavarpu, 6 runs, but thanks to Julian at the top of the order, Patel was in for some punishment, as well as Benson Flannery. A couple of deliveries down the leg side, and a couple crashed over extra cover off of the bat of Julian. Goyal again with the ball. No wickets just yet. Continuing. He's going to look for 2 here and gets it. Mupala out there fumbling out in the deep. Come back for 2. .96 without loss. Saw a century yesterday by Akash Bansraj. Just when you thought that the best motos, Presal Valley Boys 11, were out of it. Just struggling with 4 wickets down early on. Got to his 50, there was no celebration. Knew he had a job to do. And running out of overs as well. 100 off of 80 deliveries. come from behind victory against the DC Hub under 13 team in search of their first victory of the tour. And Naparima under 14 team, 205 in their 40 overs, and Sajid Abraham 109. And in reply, Pooley is out there with Rao 74 for 2 in the 14th over. So our good buddy Roshan Rao, looking across at both games. With me here, batting across there, trying to chase this total down. And there's the line and length that we've grown accustomed to seeing from young Goel. Get a little bit of extra bounce on that as well. Still beating the outside edge of the batsman, despite being well set. So Ramdat against the left-handed swing of Vairagiwala, able to shuffle across and get in line to the swinging delivery. Needs to do the same here. Well in line here this time. Can't get a single. End of the over. 97 without loss. 14 overs gone. And the players are going to come off for a drinks break. And that's the latest here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. After 14 overs, the Southeast team, 97 without loss, trying to chase down 187 to win. Jordan Julian on 53 and Samir Ramdat not out on 39, and 5 extras in this total. We'll be right back after the drinks break and a word from our sponsors.
It's a year-round issue that can leave your eyes itchy, red, and irritated. That's where Brixia comes in. Powerful antihistamine eye drops designed to help calm itchy, irritated eyes caused by allergens like dust. Just a few drops, and Brixia starts working by blocking the histamine that triggers allergy symptoms, so your eyes feel more comfortable, fast. Whether it's Saharan dust in the air or everyday allergens causing redness and itch, Brixia helps you get relief and stay focused on your day. Contact your healthcare professional to find out if Brixia eye drops are right for you, because dry, irritated eyes shouldn't slow you down.
Quite a unique bowling action from Zaid. Having a bit of an off day in the field. Did a job with the bat when he came out to bat. Him and young Goel. Their contribution took the score to that 186 for 9. Zaid partner with Goel, who finished on 12 in the back end of the innings. Goel striking at 120. Mohamed Zaid stuck around with him. One coming off the pad. End of the over. 109 without loss. 100-run opening partnership. Joined by Mr. Azim Basarat. Mr. Ravi Tilok here from the Southeast Zone, looking on at proceedings. You had Mr. Altaf Bashir earlier on, just checking in on the players. Missing the outside edge. Playing a little bit around that one. Julian on 59. Single out to Rao with deep extra cover. Rest day tomorrow for the under-17s, for both teams in fact. Rest day for the novel crew as well. Opportunity for some more hydration. As we head across to the Naparima College on Friday, take on the under-17 team. 110 without loss. Julian on 60. Ramdat now on 45. Eyeing up a half century. 51 deliveries. Savabarapu back into the attack. And just trying to exert some pressure here on this batting lineup of Southeast. Just the 3 fielders. 4 fielders, in fact, outside the ring in the second power play. Backward square, deep mid-wicket, long off, long on. Ring of 3 on the offside. Ramdat calling for a quick single here. Chance for a run out. Loud appeal. Not out, says umpire Lachman. That was a close call. Julian on 60 running to the danger end. Called through for the run. Responded. Got there in the end. 1-1-1 without loss. Nelson on the card. Just 2 singles in the over from Savavarpu. That'll bring up the 50. Patient knock from Ramdat. Picked his moments quite well. Getting to a half century. Excellent opening partnership. Boundary square of the wicket and one down the ground. And with Julian going at a rapid rate at the next end, he bided his time and almost catching up now to Julian. Couple exquisite square drives timed nicely through the offside. And a well-deserved half century from the young man. His dad is sitting out there in the stands. And I was impressed as well the way he countered the swing movement of Vairagiwala. Shows that can adapt quite nicely to different conditions and different bowling attacks. End of the Sabavarapu over, 119 on the board. And an excellent opening partnership, unbeaten so far, between the pair of Julian and Ramdat out there in the middle. And you can see a couple of lusty blows resulting in significant overs early on in the power play. Once the power play was done, a more steady progression of the scoring. The change in bowling as well, settling down, being reacquainted or gaining confidence against the new bowlers. I just wonder if at some point during the course of the innings we just might see a couple of the players just retiring out to give an opportunity and some more exposure the other players in this lineup. Very accomplished players from both teams. Of course, this DC Hub team, an amalgamation of players across from Washington, Maryland, Virginia in the lineup. From the southeast zones, coming in from different schools, a vast array of talent. Wide signal by the umpire. Just want to say a special thank you to Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and Ravi Tilak with the Southeast Zone team, of course, Derek Rampasad with the Central Zone team. Getting away with a wide one outside the off-stump there, Mohammad Zaid. Putting together teams very quickly in a very efficient manner to do battle against the DC Hub teams, under 13 and under 17. Turned into the onside. Racing off the boundary is Vairagiwala. They're going to come for two. In comes the throw at the base of the stumps, and that is excellent running. Good cricket all around from the batsman, the fielder, and the keeper as well. Turned into the onside. Charging off the boundary was Vairagiwala. Pick up on a clean throw right to the base of the stumps for the wicketkeeper. A good take. And whip the bails off in a flash. .123 without loss. One delivery to come in the side over. Single down the ground. The partnership continues to build. Run rate started off over 8 runs and over. Start of the power play just dropped down after the power play, just around 6. And they continue to build in this opening partnership. 124 without loss with that single of the final delivery. Ramdat 152, Julian 64. And more batting to come. Christoph Siraj, Samir Ramdat from the UTT, Shiva Haripasad from UTT as well. From the Naparima College, Justin Ramnares. And of course, Jordan Julian, the pride of Naparima College out there. Ramdat on strike. This hit high, up in the air. More work for Vairagiwal, and excellent work from the young man on the boundary edge. It was heading out toward the boundary. And a good save from him. Of course, Brendan Boodoo, the captain of Presentation College. West Indies under 19 player. Alves Kali Pasad, Josiah Suku Ganesh Gobin, Sion Charles, who tugged into the onside. It's going to go for 4. Exquisite placement from Julian. Powered his way to 50. And now continuing to score boundaries. 129 now without loss. Of course, Justin Hamid as well. Riley Gangu in this lineup. Savavarpu into his 6th over. Hasn't taken a wicket just yet. Crash through the offside. Rao is out there. All the sponsors who've contributed to this production as well. Best Motors, Evolution Fitness, ICU Ophthalmics, chance for a run out. Had to just turn his body around to get the throw back to the keeper. Could have had a shy at the non-strikers end. Fancied his chances at the far end. 131 without loss. This one heading out to the boundary. Does it have the legs to get there? Just holds up inside. Mupala tumbling over. Making light work of this total so far. Excellent work down on the boundary edge. Ramdat on 55. Patil has some work to do down on the boundary. Had an off day, Aditya Patel. Couple short deliveries put away for 6s. Suffered a little bit at the hand of Jordan Julian. 21 overs gone, 135 without loss. Ishant Vairagiwala had 2 spells of bowling, one from the northern end and then switched ends. And bowled some good lines, challenged the batters, wasn't able to get a breakthrough. 2 overs from Hank Benson. Flannery was punished a bit in the hands of Jordan as well. Goyal as well, none for 23 off of his 4 overs. Went past the outside edge a few times, couldn't get a wicket either. Mohamed Zaid is going to continue, none for 15 he has. And Vikrant Savavarpu, none for 29 off of 6 overs. Pulled in the air, heading out to cow corner. And that has gone all the way. He has picked that one up almost effortlessly. And that one launched in the air. Not much effort in that shot at all, and carried all the way for 6. Have a look at that. Didn't seem to put a lot of effort in that. Carried well over 60 yards. 141 without loss. Once we get to the 150 mark, I just wonder if we'll see some changes. A couple more batters coming out to the middle. DC Hub just going through the motions here a bit. Hard to see where the breakthrough is going to come from. A little bit of drooped shoulders out there. The coach, Rahman, is down at the boundary edge, providing encouragement. Full toss. Crack down the ground. Said stuck a hand out. In the 22. Two batsmen going to continue on here. I want to just bring in Mr. Dwayne Lally. From what you've seen of the players on tour, don't want him drifting off. What you've seen of the players, and of course a man involved heavily in terms of assessing talent and assessing techniques with analytics across at the Novel Sports facility. From what you've seen of the techniques here of the young DC players, any first impressions?
Yeah, actually, Billy, I was actually talking to some of the DC Hub parents, and I was telling them that you can see the athletic ability in these youngsters. They have a very unique knack for being engrossed in the game tactically, mentally, and athletically. And I think those are 3 key components in any developing cricketer. You know, not only skill and technique can get you by all the time. And even in the games at QRC, St. Mary's, and even at the Queen's Park Oval, they demonstrated that ability to outfox the opponents and actually did very well in winning those games very commandingly. So I think it was a very good show on their part. This game, we know the Southeast team is a very strong team. I think this is the champion team from last year. And, you know, it's definitely a good test for them. And I am sure it's a learning experience as well. After playing for consecutive games over the last few days, you know, they're probably a bit tired. And coming out here again today shows another level of grit and determination. Their batting wasn't that bad. They did have a pretty good first innings. They definitely needed some more runs. But I think we may just be a little bit fatigued today after the long week on tour. But definitely I think the ability of this one to commend them and finishing as well.
Couple boundaries now in the over that on hand off of the bat of Julian. Back-to-back boundary. You touched on a little bit of fatigue. Julian was that second boundary in the over. And speaking to this morning, And he had a little bit of a sore back in that game against Queen's Park. Now, he is the leading wicket taker of the team and hit for 2 boundaries already. Another short delivery. Asking him how he was feeling, you know. And although they did have a rest day yesterday, but their rest day involves a lot of activity outside of cricket for these youngsters on tour. He is the leading wicket taker with 7 wickets in 3 games. And in 12.4 overs, just conceded 37 runs, just around 3 runs and over from him. And to see that he's not come into the attack up until the 22nd over, with already 150 runs on the board, could very well be a sign of a little bit of fatigue from the skipper. This one hit over extra cover.
Yeah, definitely. I think that will play a part in the players. And, you know, it's almost tantamount to playing a 5-day test match, you know, being on tour. It's very intense. They obviously want to enjoy the tour as well and do a bit of the relaxing stuff. So, you know, it's all part of the experience to help them grow and become better athletes, better cricketers for the future.
Steps across Julian.
I think Julian now is playing some premeditated shots. I think he wants to probably race his 100 before the end of the day. And well deserving if he can get to that 100 mark.
But 34 runs to go. He's on 83. And as well, we saw Atharva charging in. He's almost a medium pacers type run up to the crease. It's not quite as agile now. Perhaps as well with the scorecard as well. But I thought that he would have come into the attack a lot earlier. As well, Likitalu as well. Gets the outside edge, and this is what he can do, create opportunities. That'll go for 4, heading out to the boundary. And gone for 4.
You know, Billy, both Julian and Ramdat have been playing very positive cricket since they came into the crease. You know, they've scored freely, they've picked up singles, they've scored boundaries. And what different situation or different strategy you think DC Hub could have used to get on top of them? I was just saying that what different strategy you think the DC Hub players could have employed to get on top of the Southeast
Yeah, I
team?
thought they needed to have a little more bowling changes, particularly to change things up when they saw that Julian was being so aggressive against the medium pacers. And just to let you know, was runs credited, so it's off the outside edge. And Kaushal can create those opportunities.
Yeah, I think the game was probably lost in the first 10 overs. I think those first 10 overs, runs came very quickly. And it was too much pressure on them to recover after that.
I just saw the coach racing up the stairs here just to tell us that it was buys, not runs. So that was the googly delivery that went away. I was distracted with that when you were asking the question just now, Dwayne Lal. But yeah, I thought Artava would have come on a little bit earlier, especially if not him, at least Likitalu, who's also 4 wickets with his left arm, and just add a little bit of dimension just to break up the rhythm of Julian in particular in the power play. Because he's not flighting the ball a lot, Likitalu. He just bowl some darts as well. So just cramp the batsman for space as well and room. So I thought they missed a little bit of a trick there. That's how Kaushal got out himself. Riley Gangu just took the space away, cramped him for room, and he was backing the way, trying to create a shot when he was on 47 to get to his half century. And I just thought Likitalu could have come in and do a little bit of that against Julian. And even Kaushal, the captain, come on a bit earlier into the attack.
Well, we did see DC Hub using their medium fast bowlers early on, and I think they may have been influenced by the amount of grass on the pitch, thinking that it would have assisted them. They did get a lot of swing, but probably not as much movement off the turf as they would have liked. But not to discredit what Julian and Ramdat have done. They have been very, very positive. They've been very effective with the bat, very aggressive like that shot. And, you know, they've kept up that very steady run rate. 152 without loss. Amazing score here at the Brian Lara Academy.
$161 without loss. Ramdad just breaking the shackles again since he's gotten to that 50. In fact, since Julian has gotten 50, he's been a lot more freer with the bat, striking yet another boundary now. He's on to 64. He's hit 6 fours, Ramdad, and more so at the back end of his innings. At one point, he was almost catching up to Julian. Delicately played as well, trying to get a single to run it down to third man. Patel is in the way. 23 overs gone.
I think
24 overs gone, in fact. 165 without loss. I think you might be right, you know. He's going in search of that 100. Jordan Julian, we saw 100 yesterday. So Mr. Shivanan Ramuta come across and having a long chat with the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Bassarat. No doubt. Of course, the first vice president as well of Cricket West Indies, and Pakistan set to come here in July. Firstly, there'll be 3 T20s across in Broward in the US, in Fort Lauderdale at Lauderhill, in Broward County. And then they head across to this facility, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, for 3 ODIs. So no doubt, Mr. Azim Bassarat will be closely monitoring the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and then working closely with Mr. Shivanan Ramuta for that upcoming Pakistan tour to the Caribbean, to West Indies, and in Trinidad and Tobago. Kaushal tugged into the onside, work out in the deep, tumbling away. Vairagiwala has certainly had his work to do in the field.
And we can definitely see Julian accelerating here and makes it look very easy out there this time. Kudos to Ram, that's how he has constructed his innings, being very patient early on, and as he made it to 50, accelerating at that point.
Wide signal by the umpire. They were appealing for a moment. Seemed to come off something. Perhaps the keeper's pad ricocheting.
It seems that it went wide down the leg side and hit the keeper and came off.
Interesting that Ridvik Verbatina has stayed off the field. Just the 12 fielders in this squad. That's a peach of a delivery. Surprising that he didn't come into the attack earlier. Completely bamboozling Ramdad, that googly delivery, pitching and going across him. Does have a slip, the captain. He's leading wicket take on the tournament and coming in the 22nd over. 23rd over, in fact. Kaushal thought he should have come in, if not during the power play, certainly.
Just 20 more runs required to complete this victory by his Southeast team. A beautiful straight drive there and races towards the boundary. Being patient and looking carefully at the captain, Kushal, and punishing that one with a beautiful straight drive. Take Ramdat on to 73. He's catching up to Julian. Do you think he'll pass Julian, Billy?
I don't think Julian will allow that. So the umpire as well, Mohammed, just raising that right leg, getting it out of the way, and had a look at the square leg umpire who was struck by one in his knee or return. And that'll go for 4 as well. Badly lined delivery. And not much in it now for the DC HUB team. And you could just see it from that type of delivery from the captain. Back-to-back boundaries off of him. He conceded boundaries in his first over as well. And the writing just on the wall.
So Billy, if you the DC Hub team, what do you think will be the conversation in the dressing room after the game or tonight back at the hotel?
I think when they get back to the hotel, there'll be a word from the coach, Mr. Kaushal Rahman, with the team in the dressing room. It's their first defeat on tour. It's a funny game, cricket. Have a look at that delivery from Kaushal. And funny game, cricket. 3 victories. They would have been riding high after that victory against the Queen's Park team, their first win against Queen's Park in Queen's Park. And now, Southeast team, champion team from last year. And it would have always been a tough battle. These games are scheduled exactly, deliberately for this type of build-up to the toughest game of the tour on Wednesday, leading up against QRC, the colleges, and leading up into Queen's Park, and then, of course, a Trinidad and Tobago outfit. Of course, the under-17 team for Trinidad has not been selected yet, and Mr. Altaf Bash and Mr. Basrat offering the Southeast champion team from last year to play, and it's a stiff competition. And the format is set as such. They do play their toughest game on the Wednesday, with a rest day on Thursday, and then head off to Naparima College, and then the Northeast Zone for a shortened game as they fly out on Saturday. So try also to get the players acclimatized leading into these 2 matches, Tuesday and Wednesday, and then try to wind the tour down with an abridged version of the game before they depart. So having said that, I've not answered your question.
But interesting dialogue, Billy. Very interesting dialogue.
I don't know what they're going to discuss. It could be a number of things. It could be the batting, the approach against top opposition, in particular against different types of bowlers.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect opportunity for lessons learned. What a shot. Powered through mid-off.
Now, he's not taken a single. And that seems to be giving an answer to your question. Julian wants to get these remaining 12 runs on his own account so he can get 100. That smashed down the ground. Alu did very well to stop it, but an easy single could have been had. And even while he was recovering, could have even gotten 2. Julian wants to finish it on his own, off of his bat. He's on 86. The speedster is back into the attack. Stepping down the track, and that has gone a country mile. That has been hammered into the BC Lara stand at the south end of the ground, perhaps even in the top tier. Has that gone in the concession stands, Dwayne?
I believe that went into Princestown, Billy.
Well, their flight is on Saturday, the DC team, but that one certainly took flight. Maximizing the pace, he stepped down the track to Benson Flannery, the fastest bowler from the DC team, and just climbing over the banister to retrieve that ball in the Brian Lara seating at the southern end of the ground. That will take him into the 90s, 92. That's the reason he didn't want to come back or take the single.
I think, Billy, this is a very important experience for the DC Hub team. I think after this game, the conversation in the camp should be about lessons learned.
Now, he has to learn a lesson here and think about this, Julian. He's on 92. They need 6 runs to win. And he needs to do the math here. He can't go for a 6. He needs to hit 2 4s.
Trying a cheeky shot there. Trying to buy some runs with a very good delivery just outside the off stump.
And Dwayne, you know the West Indies women trying to qualify for the World Cup had a similar type calculation and got the math all wrong. Won the game, but didn't get to the required run rate, net run rate they needed to qualify. Has the lesson been learned here? Benson Flannery, round the wicket. This is something you don't see with some of the international teams. For Australia, for example, they will just go and get the runs. That is, the victory is more important than the milestone for them. But you don't have the opportunity of an under-17 player opening the batting to get 100 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. no appeal there. He's trying to play a reverse sweep. And you don't want it turning into the farcical. Trying to fabricate shots here. Have to maintain that discipline. It's a game of cricket. You're representing the zone. And you want to bat properly. He's done an exceptional job so far to get to 92. Nobody would begrudge him carrying his bat, even though he doesn't get 100. The job has been done. And they've seen it through to the end. Now he's caught in two minds.
Yeah, I think that there's no reason to be batting like this, actually. He can just block the ball, defend the balls. There's enough balls for the remainder of the match to get that 100. He just has to be very smart about it. And he's playing very risky shots at this stage.
Well,
hopefully his partner will talk to him.
Only 6 more runs, Dwayne, which means that he would have to take, if he
2
does
fours.
singles alone, he can get a couple singles and then try to hit the boundaries to take him over. In fact, so he's in a bit of problems now. Is he going to ask Ramdat just to see off a maiden here so that he can get strike? Or if he can take a single and then Julian hit 2 boundaries, calculation done by our scorer, Mr. Percy Samlal Singh, just going through all the different permutations and combinations for Julian to get to this 100. Send a message out? No, says Percy Samlal Singh. So Ramdat now going to be in a little bit of a quandary. He's going to try to force a single. Meantime, Kaushal is putting pressure. He's brought everyone in. Patel is back into the attack. Just swapping the personnel. Benson Flannery is going to go into that short third man position. Swapping places with Mohammad Zaid. With the angle from Patel going across the left-handed Ramdat. Playing a miss. Would you give him a slip, Dwayne?
I don't think so, Billy. Not at this
Well, had
stage.
that taken the edge and gone to a full slip, and gone for 4, perhaps it's an opportunity for Yash Moray just to show even some more talent with the gloves.
A couple
across.
wickets here, Billy, would make things a bit more exciting, won't it?
And cricket is such a funny game. We've seen stuff like that happen. So yesterday with that run chase as well. There's the edge. No first slip in place, and it's gone for 4. Now he looks to the heavens and apologizing to Julian. The opportunity there, and we've been speaking about this as well to the staff of the DC Hub team and trying to be attacking. In fact, most of the team, we sit at a vantage point here where we can overlook and see the more general things happening in the game and just try to lend assistance to these young players as well based on our personal opinion. So I would have put that first slip in. He swapped the man out, so in recognition of the fact that the ball is going across, but I would have done one better and put the slip in. And there's the outside edge again, and it's going to be 4 more. And that will be victory. And he's down. Look, have a look at Ramdat out there. Disappointed that he's hit 2 4s. That is not the impression you want to create, because he wanted to give his opening partner, Julian, the opportunity to score and get to his 100. The 189 opening stand brings victory to the Southeast team. And both batsmen carrying their bat, not out on 92. And in the end, Ramdat almost catching up to Julian after all of that. He's not out on 85. But you have to say a dominating performance with the bat and exemplary bowling, in particular from Brendan Boodoo, the captain of the Southeast team. It was always going to be a tough encounter between these two teams. And the DC Hub team managing 186 for 9, a top score by the captain Artava Kaushal. Yash Morea continuing on with his good form, got the 34. Ritbik Verbatina, the wicketkeeper batsman, both wicketkeeper batsmen getting to 34. And Vikrant Sabavarpu getting to 16, and then Vayum Goyal contributing with 12 at the back end of the innings, 19 extras in that total posted, and 186, 4 wickets for 38 runs from a very impressive Sion Charles at the top of the innings. Picked up a wicket with his very first ball, getting the opener for no score. And Justin Ramnarees also opening the bowling, none for 30. Justin having none for 18. Economical bowling from himself and Ganesh Gobin. 2 wickets to Gobin for 32 runs. 1 for 23 from Brendan Boodoo. And a maiden in his first over, maiden wicket in his second over. 4 maidens in total, and a lot of pressure exerted on the middle order, just strangling the batting of the DC team. 1 for 23 he finished with, and 1 wicket for Riley Gangu, who was the most economical bowler in this bowling card. 8 bowlers used by Brendan Boodoo, 1 for 9 with 22 dot deliveries in his 5 overs, Riley Gangu. And Southeast India run chase hit 21 fours and 4 sixes, 3 of them coming off the bat of Jordan Julian, who was very belligerent in the power play, in particular on the opening 2 fast bowlers, in particular Aditya Patel, who conceded 33 runs in his 2.4 overs. Ishan Vairagiwala came back quite nicely after just a 1 over of his opening spell, switched ends, and none for 23 from him. Just the 3 overs from Benson Farnery, none for 26. Vayum Goyal, none for 23 or 4. Vikrant Subavarpu, none for 29, was the most economical bowler for the DC Hub team. His 6 overs, 19 dot balls, and Mohamed Zaid, none for 30 off of his 5 overs. And the captain, surprisingly coming on, the leading wicket taker coming on, and the last bowling change was him bringing himself on in the end, and beat the bat quite a few times with his googly deliveries, none for 21 after his 2 overs. Rest day tomorrow for the DC Hub under 17 team, and the under 13 team currently taking on Naparima under 14. So we have a look at Stephen Prasad and Ravi Tilak alongside Dwayne Lal from the Novel Sports team out there, just having discussions on this performance. Victory for the Southeast team. Tomorrow a rest day for them, and then they take on Naparima College under 19 team on Friday, and on Saturday to finish off the under 14s will be against Queens Rural College for a 20 over match, and 35 over encounter between the DC Hub under 17 team as they take on the North Zone under 19 team across at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in Santa Cruz. So that will do it for our coverage here today. Mr. Persley Samlal Singh, Dwayne Lal, and Gibran Lal supporting, doing yeoman service here to bring you live coverage of the DC Hub's tour to Trinidad. This is Billy Fulong signing off, and we'll see you again at the toss.